Thank you. Yeah, I've got a guy with a Seminole County VOP and an Osceola County new charge.
Mm-hmm.
He got arrested in Orange County.
Oh, that's
So
a
he's
mess.
in Orange County.
Yeah, that's a mess.
So I've got the deal worked out on the VOP, and I got the deal worked out now on the new sex charge. I just, guy's an idiot. What is he on probation for? Use of a two-way. Ought to clue you into what was going on.
Mm-hmm.
This time, the girl tells him, this is so, the world we inhabit. You have to know it to believe it. So he meets the girl on the internet, of course, blah, blah, blah. He's 34, maybe, I don't know. Just a socially inept nerd, you know. And she claims to be 19. He goes over. They're in bed together. They're naked. When mom knocks on the door, walks in or whatever. Mom's freaking out. The girl says nothing happened, nothing, you know. My guy tells the cops he fucked her. She's 16, 17, or whatever.
No.
So he's on probation for that, you know, no. Yeah, and just, it's like, really, you know.
What was the new charge you picked up?
Hmm?
What was the new charge you picked up?
Oh, sex with a minor, you know.
Oh, that was the new charge?
Yeah.
Oh.
And he was-
oh.
Yeah. So the state isn't real impressed with him.
Yeah. Oh no.
God, I've got to get out of here. I've got video hearing, and I'm most of Judge Schaefer's docket. Fortunately, Judge Schaefer won't freak out. But 9:45, I have to be at my desk on my computer.
Ooh.
Yeah, I know.
Well, you'll probably be able to go first, right? 9, right?
Pardon?
You'll probably be able to go first, right? 9?
Yeah, if Amy gets started on time.
Yeah.
This got set like 3 o'clock yesterday. Stupid 33-day motion.
Oh, is that what you're here for?
So,
I forget that private attorneys have to go to those because, well, do you have to go to those all the time? Don't they just like automatically get granted or denied sometimes?
she set a hearing and told me to be here. That's.
Oh.
I mean, I don't get that many that are 33 days. This is like the second or third in a couple years.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
That's wild.
Well, yeah. I mean, we don't have the caseload that, and this is a court-appointed one. I mean.
My caseload's getting so high. I'm at about 160 right now. It's so bad. It was like 90 before COVID, and then a lot of people got like fired. Is this recording? Are they recording this right now?
I don't think so.
You can see this on the
What did
live
people
stream.
get fired for?
Well, the budgets got cut, and so they let a lot of people go. And now we have like less pleas and more cases. My caseload's so high.
Oh, I'm sure. I mean, you can't close. You know.
Yeah, no trials. Yeah, so you can't like push things to trial and get rid of cases.
Yeah, it's I mean, I got one in Seminole County that's just so stupid. Well, that's a good sign. Good morning.
I need to go talk to my client real quick. Do I go in holding?
Sure. Sure, then back there. Yeah, I saw it.
Sure, sir?
No.
Why didn't you just turn it off?
Oh. All right. Tracy, this is Janine. She's intern over here.
Oh, nice to meet you. Hey.
So,
You're in law school?
Yeah,
Oh, where do you go?
family.
Very cool. Hey, are you free out or?
Yeah.
Ah, almost done.
I know.
alrighty. Hey, morning.
Good morning. If you need your seats, I'll vacate.
No. We got Spanish intern.
Is it for this one?
Remember Jason went that way. Definitely not. I mean, yeah.
Some people bang on that door.
Please. Is that?
I don't remember if I went in.
I'm covering the Seminole or Osceola plea. You okay?
Oh, you are?
Yeah. She
Nice.
emailed me the form, so.
Who did?
You seen her, Bria? I have no idea. Yeah. All right. You got police too this morning?
No, I got a 33-day motion, and I'm gonna beg the judge to let me go first. I gotta get back to my office by 9:45, because I got video hearings at that time.
You see the news this morning, Chrissy? A woman like drowned her kid or something on
No,
murder?
I didn't see that.
Yeah.
What?
But I think it's something to say later on, you know?
Okay, so I'll tell you the story.
Uh-oh.
Back in the 90s, when I was in charge of the PD office down in Osceola, one of the attorneys working felony, I did all the murders in juveniles down there for a decade. And I had gotten a case where a mother killed her 2 kids. And so I was handling that whenever. One of the attorneys in the office had been there for many years and wanted to do some murder cases and whatever. And wait, there's more to the story. So I handled that case. Then about 4 years later, another mother shot her 2 children. And I was handling that case during this period of time. Then, while that was going on, some lady left her drugs in the refrigerator. The kid drank them and died.
I need to see my client.
And so the attorney asked me if he could handle that case.
Okay.
And when you're with the PD long enough, you'll develop the 6th sense of humor. And I looked at him, I said, sure, she doesn't meet my 2-kid minimum.
Jesus. All right.
Yeah, I know it's sick, but yeah, those were the worst. And the vagaries of the criminal justice system. The first woman was about 1993, before the stop law. She got a deal to 40 years, and she would do about 17.
Okay.
The next woman was in 96. The state was actually seeking death penalty on her, which is just absurd. A mentally ill mother kills her. Yeah, where's the death penalty? So I didn't, But having said that, it was out there. And the state offered her 40 years. Now, she really had somewhat of a insanity defense. But she took the 40 years. So 3 years later, she'll do, 35 of her 40, and the other woman does 17 of her 40.
Jeez.
Hey,
good morning.
Does Amy usually start on time?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'd say so.
I'm hoping, like I say, I've got...
Hi, good morning.
Good morning.
I'm here with a plea on Torche Tisdale.
Nothing.
Is it private?
Oh, okay. Cool, nice to meet you.
Nice meeting you. Whoever you are.
You're right. This plea has been reset like 5 times.
Oh, no. And our 22.
Okay.
I'm just going to, because it just needs to happen. We need to get this put on.
I really don't know why this thing even needs a hearing.
And then they sent her around.
Hey, good morning.
And she got COVID. She's okay now, but she had
Is this from yesterday? No. Shit. Cancel that. Koto. Oh, it is Carlos.
Can I go talk to my client?
Cocaine.
Good morning. Can you talk to me? Andre Garcia. Andre Garcia.
Nice. Signed, sealed, delivered. Nice work, Christy. That's the Spanish and tariffs.
Any private attorneys in here? Who's here for?
Jamie Copeland.
Sorry, there was a lot.
It was at the bottom of one of your pages, set for a 33. Yes, maybe.
Hey, morning. Judge.
All right. Mr. Tremarkin?
Good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
I'm just fine, and I'm going to beg the court's indulgence. I have a 9:45 video hearings with Judge Schaefer that I need to get back to my office. I know the state's not here.
They will be in like 2 minutes.
Okay, I have, it's just a 33-day motion, and the state filed a, whatever they call those things, the notice of non-filing.
Before the 33rd day? Well,
Yeah.
Mr. Harmon, you don't need to be present for that.
Well, I got an email from somebody saying the hearing was set for here now, so
Right, it is, but you don't have to be present for the 33-day motion. Okay.
if I may, if the
Yeah,
court...
absolutely. It's really good to see you.
I've got, but yeah, it's
You're
good.
doing well?
Yeah, right, as well as to be expected
Yeah.
under these trying times.
I know, it's something else, isn't
You
it?
know, but like I said, I still got still getting to...
Absolutely.
He still got his job, still getting
Yeah,
business,
I know.
So,
A lot of things to be grateful for,
yeah,
for
a lot of
sure.
things to be grateful for.
Yes. Well, all right. Well, it was good to see you.
It always is a pleasure. Take care.
You just told us that today, but there's someone else now.
Nobody told us.
Told what?
Okay, we don't have PD forms filled out, so I didn't know anything about it.
Yeah, the supervisor came up this morning and said they're starting now. We just got the email later on after we got off work.
I can tell you as we go. Are they in the order of the wish list?
Nah, that's a whole other separate ballgame. I'm not sure. I didn't know you was already in here. You might need like 5 minutes. We have some new stuff going on back in the back, and it's not gonna be for the best.
All right. Well, listen. We're just gonna get through that so long.
Yes.
It's all right. Though. Your friend Judge McGinnis reset 14 cases.
I know, I was in here with him yesterday. I tried to tell
I
him.
mean, who was in here? I'm not sure, like, how
I
we
was, he went, we tried to tell him.
like, refusal. Well, I'll have to thank him.
Yeah, we appreciate him being here.
I do appreciate him being here, though. I really do. It was nice of him to come.
Hey, Deb.
Hey, Dee, how are you? Good to see you.
I'm doing well.
Was Edie here yesterday?
Want me to sign stuff?
All right.
I think we all were a little lost yesterday.
Okay.
Because we had a lot yesterday.
I had one ready before.
So she could barely. Because you know him, he's like, you're fast too. But
Yeah.
I think you're about it.
I'll get rid of him because I had him on my list. I had a couple more. That was Win. All right.
Okay, so in terms of what?
Yeah, and I have
I
like
thought that they're
another
gonna fill out
warrant for
the
first degree
affidavit
murder.
in the back.
Yes.
We're not getting
I think
you
this is county.
ahead of time.
Yeah, it's under the felony.
Oh,
Yeah.
I'm still appointing everyone. Okay. They can get attached.
And then I'm just gonna get these guys to sign them too, just because
So you
they're
don't need to pass them
carjacking
in.
with a
You
lot of
just want
stuff,
me
you
to
know.
Make sure they go into
Kidnapping.
So the
Yeah,
admin
so-
order is
Why not
still
sign
in
it?
place
So-
that allows for the appointment
So I'll give that to the
of
clerk
cases,
this
but I guess
morning.
the issue is that
Okay.
they can't.
That's perfect. And then these three, I guess they're gonna get moved up. I know they need the affidavit.
So.
Oh, so there can go, I can move up. Yeah,
Because I can't.
you're right.
33 days is.
That makes sense.
There ain't no provision for 7. So let's.
All right.
start with
Hey,
that.
all right. Well, thank you. Austin wins. All right. Okay.
You ready for the no contact order? I wonder what list they're on, like, they're not either. Good morning.
All right, good morning.
I'm gonna do, you want me to? I mean, I can at least qualify. You got it? Okay. Okay, because they have the inmate numbers on there, if you can read it right. Thank you.
Go get the deputy there.
I'm doing well. How about you? Yeah. Thank you. Yes. It's not for long. Okay, come out. Can we switch you there?
And Your Honor,
Yes.
one of our misdemeanor DVs is going, the victim is going to need an interpreter. And that into Spanish, yes,
Okay.
Your Honor. And that is not on the interpreter list.
The defendant's not?
The defendant is not.
Okay,
So
what's the
it's
name?
Daniel Hernandez.
I haven't seen them. I'm not sure. I don't think so. Is it a misdemeanor DV or a felony DV?
Misdemeanor
Misdemeanor.
DV.
I got it
Okay.
right here.
Okay.
Can you all pull Daniel Hernandez into the interpreter list because the victim needs an interpreter?
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you.
You guys all set? Are you ready? Yes? Okay. Is the state and defense ready to begin?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Good morning. I'm Judge Carter. If I could have the state and the defense place their appearances on the record, please.
Good morning, Edith Bush for the Office of the State Attorney.
Good morning, Judge. Thomas Koch, Public Defender's Office.
Thank you. Good morning. And then I see I have two private counsel in the courtroom. I think I only have two. Is everyone else either with, you're with the Public Defender's Office and then you're both with the Public Defender's Office too? Okay. Well, welcome. I know both of you, but I just can't remember. I can't with the mask on. I just don't remember your, I don't want to mess up your name.
Mr. Mead.
Mr. Mead, that's right. And,
Coverdell.
okay.
And Lisa Figueroa for Kevin Carrera.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
You got it.
Do, Ms. Figueroa, does corrections know what case you're here on? Mr. Mead, do they know what case you're here on?
Are we ready?
No, I'm asking, does corrections know what case you're here on?
Pardon me.
Does corrections know what case you're here on?
You want me to go back and talk to him?
Well, they just need to know to pull your client. Who are you
Yeah,
here?
it's Tachita Coverdell.
Coverdell?
And
Yes.
it's on the add-on docket. It's an out-of-county plea.
Got
I
it.
believe it is.
Okay. And then, Ms. Figueroa, who are you here on?
I have Kevin Carrero. He's in
Guerrero?
Carrero, Carrero.
Okay. What kind of case is that?
He turned himself in last night on a aggravated stalking.
Is it a
or-
felony domestic violence?
Yes.
Okay.
Your Honor, that individual is not on our felony domestic violence for this morning. I'm going to check felony.
Okay.
He is on the felony docket.
He's on the felony docket?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
If they can print you another sheet, then I can print the affidavit out of the system. You want me to print it?
Yes, please.
Okay. So, PTR just needs to print you another PTR sheet.
Would you, print me another copy of, Carrero? Actually, Jill's IME, so I'll have her just pull it
Oh, okay.
and have her bring the paperwork. So, Ms. Figueroa, your case is actually set for the afternoon.
Oh, okay.
I'm gonna see if we can get all the paperwork in here, and then we'll be able to address it, that way you don't have to come back.
Okay, that's fine, thank you.
Okay, unless you wanna come back.
Oh, that's fine, I'll hang out. That's
Okay.
fine. Thank you.
Carrero, Carrero,
First name is Kevin.
Kevin.
You need it?
Jill's gonna bring it to
You
me.
got it?
Thank you. Okay.
Have your add-on documents.
I do.
Okay.
Good morning, tell me your name, please.
Carlos Cotto.
All right, let me call the Spanish interpreter.
We're gonna get going. We started at 9:30 yesterday.
Hello, Cisco Unity Connection Messaging System.
Good morning. Do you want to come up?
Yeah, sure.
And Your Honor, also, they still cannot hear in the gallery. But I will try to let them know when the case is being called.
Okay. Do we know, has anyone notified anyone
Hello,
of that issue?
Cisco Unity Connection Messaging.
Yes, Your Honor.
They have been notified?
They have been notified several times.
Okay. Well, I'll follow up on that today. I'm gonna try to call the interpreter one more time. If they don't answer, we're gonna have to do that last.
Call 62399 and ask them, are they having issues?
There you go. Have a great day.
She's calling them as well.
Okay.
Good morning, Your Honor. This is Theodore Leal, Spanish interpreter. The interpreter has been previously sworn.
Great, thank you very much. Sir, good morning. Tell me your name, please.
Carlos Cotto.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. Which courtroom is the interpreter dialing into?
BRC 1, please.
No, you want them ahead of time, so that way you can, or you want to wait? For the whole-
Just a moment, Your Honor.
No problem.
Oh, got my face. Okay.
Sí, señor.
Okay, connected with the podium, Your Honor.
Great. This is case number 20 CF 9097. Again, sir, please tell me your name.
¿Cómo? Carlos A. Cotto Flores.
Carlos A. Cotto Flores.
Sir, you were arrested pursuant to a probable cause capias for possession of cocaine. I'm going to appoint the public defender to represent you. I'm going to place you on pretrial release at this time. You're not to possess or consume any controlled substances without a valid prescription. Thank you.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Can we skip Fernandez, Duarte?
Sure.
So, ya.
Okay, okay.
Thank you.
Ahí está. ¿Cómo sucedió? ¿Cómo pasó?
Yeah.
So what happened?
You're going to be released on pretrial release later today. You can't use any drugs or while you're out on pretrial release.
Ok, muchas gracias, señor.
Okay, thank you very much, man.
You're welcome, sir. Good morning, ma'am. Your name?
Mi nombre es Ana María Gutiérrez.
My name is Ana Maria Gutierrez.
Ma'am, you're here in 20 CF 11205. You were arrested for neglect of a child. There is probable cause. I'll appoint the public defender to represent you. You are not to consume any alcohol or controlled substances without a valid prescription, and you are to abide by any DCF orders or investigations.
The bond stated
Okay.
Oh,
$5,000.
no, the bond is $1,000. Actually, just a
Tengo que
minute.
pagar $1,000 de fianza.
So I have to pay
Ese
$1,000
es el
bond?
ban que están diciendo que hay que pagar.
Is that the bond that I have to pay?
Ms. Gutierrez, are you working?
No, no trabajo.
No, I don't work.
Where are you living?
Yo vivo en este momento en un hotel que se llama Orlando Motel con mi hija.
Right now, I live at the
Porque es que
Orlando
estamos
Hotel.
buscando apartamento hace tiempo y no hemos podido rentar por el income que yo tengo.
Because we've been looking for a while for an apartment, but we cannot get any rental because of my income that I have.
What is your income?
Tenemos $1,070 y también mi familia nos manda comida, plata para gastos aquí de Colombia a cerca de $500 o $1,000 en el mes. Cada semana 250 o así.
1,070. My family sends also money from Colombia, sometimes for 500, sometimes 1,000, sometimes like $250 a week to help us with food, something like that.
Ms. Gutierrez, you understand that if I release you, you need to appear at all court dates.
Sí, entiendo perfectamente.
Yes, I understand that perfectly.
Okay, so I'm going to order random urinalysis testing through pretrial release.
Ajá. Ajá. Que voy a tener libertad provisional y me van a estar haciendo análisis de alcohol, de orina, ¿es eso?
So I'm gonna have PTR, and then I'm gonna get tested for alcohol through urine tests. Is that what it is?
Right, you're not going to be on pretrial release. Your charge does not qualify for pretrial release. I'm going to release you on your own recognizance under the following conditions. You're not to drink any alcohol or use any controlled substances without a valid prescription, and you will be tested through pretrial release. And you need to follow the orders of DCF. Do you understand?
Y quiero saber si es posible que sí entiendo hasta ahí, pero quiero saber si sería posible que me entregaran mi hija, porque yo pues la amo mucho. Yo sé que yo he cometido errores y que me gusta tomar alcohol, pero voy a tratar de cambiar para que me devuelvan mi hija. ¿Cuándo sería posible tenerla?
Well, what I'd like to know is if it could be possible for me to have my daughter back. I love her, and I know I made a few mistakes, and I know that I like drinking alcohol, but I'm willing to change in order to have my daughter back. When can I have my daughter back?
I can't answer that question for you. I don't have any jurisdiction over that case. You'll have to talk with DCF about that.
Pero tal vez sea posible que me devuelvan más adelante mi hija o pronto.
But is it possible that I get my daughter back later on or soon?
No, okay.
No.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the response. or the question?
That is
No,
possible.
is it possible that they give me my daughter back at some point later on, or I get my daughter back to me soon?
Ma'am, I don't know.
You don't know. It depends on the Department of Children and Family.
Correct.
All right.
All right, thank you, ma'am.
Es todo. All right. Thank you.
Is that all?
Go outside.
I speak English. Oh, you speak, oh, okay, she needs to. Okay. I don't speak Spanish.
Are you Mr. Hernandez?
Yes, ma'am.
And you speak
That's
English?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then, ma'am, good morning.
Buenos días, señora.
Ma'am, please tell me your name.
Dígame su nombre, por favor, señor.
Ramírez Hernández.
Can barely hear you, Honor, bro. I think it was Ramirez Hernandez.
Okay, ma'am, you're going to have to move closer to the microphone and speak directly into the microphone so that we can hear you.
Señora, tiene que acercarse más al micrófono para que le podamos escuchar.
Okay.
Can I do this?
Thank you, that's much better.
Much better.
Ma'am, please raise your right hand to be sworn in by the clerk.
Señora, levante la mano derecha para que preste el juramento que le hace la secretaria.
Do you solemnly swear and affirm the testimony you're about to give should be the truth, the whole truth, so help you God?
Juro y promete que el testimonio que usted hará será la verdad y toda la verdad. ¿Lo promete en nombre de Dios?
Sí, lo juro.
Yes.
Please
I
state
do.
your name for the record.
Diga su nombre para que conste en las actas.
Ginette Ramírez Hernández.
Ginette Ramírez Hernández.
Ma'am, do you want to have contact with your husband?
Señora, ¿usted quiere tener contacto con su esposo?
No.
No.
Thank you, ma'am.
Gracias.
Mr. Hernandez, you are not to have any contact with your wife.
That's fine.
Hernández no podrá tener contacto con su esposa.
You are to maintain a separate residence.
Tiene que mantener domicilios separados.
You may return one time with the police to get your things if needed.
Puede volver una sola vez en compañía de las autoridades para recoger sus pertenencias si acaso las necesita.
You are not to possess any weapons or firearms.
Y se le prohíbe tener armas de fuego y cualquier tipo de armas.
I'm going to place you on pretrial release at this time.
En este momento le voy a otorgar libertad provisional.
Ma'am, do you have any questions?
What's the pre-trial?
Señora, ¿usted tiene alguna pregunta?
No, que yo no tengo dónde vivir y yo no quiero que él tenga contacto conmigo, pero sí con los niños. Conmigo no, ninguno, porque le temo por mi vida.
Yes, well, it's because I don't really have a place to live, but I do not want him to have any contact with me, but I do have to allow contact for him with the children, but not with me because I'm afraid, I have fear of him, I'm afraid for my life.
Okay, so ma'am, I want you to talk to the state attorney about that and about what your options are and how, and he can talk to his lawyer too about what motions need to be filed to be able to modify the contact.
Señora, entonces mire, hable usted con el fiscal para que el fiscal le explique cuáles son las opciones que usted tiene. Y él también a su vez hablará también con el abogado de él para que ellos interpongan los recursos necesarios para poder modificar esa orden de contacto.
Okay.
Thank you, ma'am.
Ok, gracias señora.
All right, and then Mr. Interpreter, that's the last Spanish case for today.
What was that, ma'am?
No problem, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Oh,
You're welcome.
I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Judge, were we appointed on record to
Yes.
this case? Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
So you'll be released.
All right, and so then I'm gonna do Mr. Mead and Ms. Figueroa's cases next. Mr. Mead, you have,
Thank you.
you're welcome, sir.
Thank you, ma'am.
Coverdell, is that right?
I do, Your Honor.
Okay, just 1 second.
And Your Honor, Your Honor, may the state have just one moment to give the prior victim a phone number?
Sure.
Thank you.
I've got to get this paperwork together anyway. So Coverdell, Tacita. For
I'll give it right back.
no.
the attorney that's assigned to her case. I received all.
Okay.
Thank you.
Does she need a copy of the score sheet?
I think she has it.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
And Your Honor, you've got a copy of the plea form and the score sheet
I do, yes, thank you.
and the guideline score sheet?
I believe I saw it.
I've got one here.
I believe all
Do
of
we
it.
know the time served for Ms. Coverdell?
It's well over 90 days. She's been in since May 30th.
Okay.
Here, and she had about 20 days in Seminole before, but we're way over 90.
Okay. Would you mind just calculating the
And yes, the packet that I
Would you
received
mind
from the judge had
calculating
the score
correct
sheet.
answer for Ms. Coverdell? Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you please raise your right hand to be sworn in?
Do you solemnly swear and affirm the testimony you're about to give should be the truth, the whole truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you state your name for the record, please?
Tacita Coverdell?
Thank you.
All right. And then, Mr. Mead, would you just place your appearance on the record, please?
Victor Mead, attorney for Ms. Coverdell.
All right. And at this time, it's my understanding that Ms. Coverdell would like to enter a change of plea and admit that she has violated her probation. Is that
That's
correct?
correct, Your Honor.
Okay. Ms. Coverdell, your attorney has provided me with a copy of a admission form or a plea form. Do you recognize the document?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And you read and understand English?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you have an opportunity to speak with Mr. Mead about the plea, the consequences of the plea, and the information on the plea form?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Okay. And you were placed on probation for possession of heroin, which is a third-degree felony. The maximum punishment for that is 5 years in prison and a $5,000 fine. Do you understand that that's the maximum penalty that this charge carries?
Yes, ma'am.
And at this time, are you, well, I'm sorry, first let me state the agreement. Your probation is going to be revoked and terminated. You are going to be resentenced as follows. You will, the court will reaffirm your adjudication of guilt. You will be sentenced to 90 days in jail with credit. I believe you have over 90 days
Yes, ma'am.
already, so you will be given credit for time served. 112? Okay, so I'll sentence you to, it'll be 112 days with credit for 112. You're going to have to pay the cost of prosecution, cost of defense, and all mandatory court costs, including reimbursing the Longwood Police Department $71.94. Is that your understanding of the agreement?
Yes, ma'am.
Has anyone made any promises to you other than the things I've stated in open court today?
No, ma'am.
All right. Has anyone threatened, forced, or coerced you into entering the plea?
No, ma'am.
Are you satisfied with your attorney's representation?
I am.
Are you under the influence of any drugs, alcohol, or medication?
No, ma'am.
And you understand that if you are not a U.S. citizen, this plea will result in your deportation?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And at this time, are you admitting you violated your probation with respects to conditions 6 and 7?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Mr. Mead, you had a chance to review the score sheet?
I did. I reviewed it with my client, and we accept it.
Okay. So at this time, I'm going to accept your admission, ma'am. I find that your plea is freely and voluntarily given, that you're alert and intelligent, and you understand the consequences of the plea. Your probation will be revoked and terminated. You will be sentenced to 90 days in jail, I'm sorry, to 112 days in jail with credit for 112 days time served. You'll have to pay the cost of prosecution, cost of defense, and all mandatory court costs, including $71.94 to the Longwood Police Department, which will be reduced to a civil judgment, and your adjudication of guilt will be affirmed. You do have 30 days to appeal the judgment and sentence of the court in writing.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you for
You're
allowing
welcome.
us to do the out-of-county plea with you, Your Honor. And Ms. Bush, thank you.
Good to see you.
Just this, they don't get the tow back.
Ms. Bush, did you need another moment on the Carrero case?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. This is case number 20 CF 10491. Ms. Figueroa, would you just place your appearance on the record, please?
Yes, Lisa Figueroa here on behalf of Kevin Carrero.
All right, Mr. Carrero, you were arrested pursuant to a probable cause warrant for the offense of aggravated stalking with a credible threat with a firearm. You're here represented by counsel. Ms. Figueroa, did you want to be heard with respect to bond?
Your Honor, yes, we would just ask that the court set a reasonable bond. He has strong ties to the community. He voluntarily turned himself in upon finding out that this warrant was outstanding. And he works and has an insignificant criminal history.
Okay. Ms. Bush, did you want to be heard?
If I may have just one moment, Your
Sure.
Honor. Your Honor, the state would ask the court to take into consideration, while they are not convictions, he has had a prior firearm, possession of a firearm in the commission of a felony arrest. And this matter also has elements of a firearm having been present or suspected to be present. And also, the state would ask the court to note that he is out on bond in 2020 MM 1689AO. The state would ask the court to set bond in the amount of $10,000. And the standard safety conditions for the victim, Your Honor, and the community. The state would also recommend a revocation of the out on bond.
Ms. Figueroa, did you want to be heard on the out on bond form?
Yes, Your Honor, I would ask the court to consider not revoking the bond. He is on pretrial diversion in that case. It is a resisting without violence. He has almost satisfied all the conditions of that, and he's been fully compliant. Given that he did voluntarily turn himself in this case, my understanding also is the alleged victim in this case is not wishing to go forward. He's currently employed. It's been hard to keep that employment because of COVID, and so we're just asking the court to consider keeping those conditions the same and setting a reasonable bond in this case.
And Your Honor, the state did not see that it was pretrial detention or diversion.
Diversion.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. So, Mr. Carrero, you are not to have any contact with the victim whatsoever. You will be given this actually is a domestic violence case when you read the affidavit because they have a child together. So if we could get Mr. Carrero a no contact order, do you have those, Ms. Bush?
I do
You can
not
print one.
have
Denise
them,
is gonna
but there might be some,
Denise
I
is gonna
believe the
give us
clerk's
some.
office has.
So, Mr. Carrero, you're gonna be given a no contact order and they're gonna print it out and you can sign it here in open court. And you'll be able to read it, but I'll explain it to you before they give it to you. You're not to have any contact with the victim whatsoever. That means through phone, email, Snapchat, Facebook, Twitter, whatever sort of communication, it means none, okay? It also means you can't communicate with her through a third party. So like a family member, friend, anything like that. You're not to go within 500 feet of where she lives either. Do you understand?
He had questions about his daughter. I'll talk to him.
And when you do go read not the plea form, when you read the no contact order, at this point it does pertain to the child as well. So I don't know what the agreement between you all is currently, or if there's a third party that can facilitate contact with the child.
Okay.
But Ms. Figueroa, that might be something that you would, I don't know if you'd have that information today or if you need to file a motion.
I would just ask if they could do it through his father, Jose Carrero, at least to be allowed to, with respect to the child, to be able to use that person as a go-between for issues with the child and visitation.
Okay. Ms. Bush?
Your Honor, unless the father were present to accept that responsibility and the victim was present to agree to that, the state would ask that this be litigated with the trial division.
Well, I mean, I think I can make the order clear in that Mr. Carrero's father can contact the victim regarding the child only. That's the only reason they would be able to contact them. If your dad doesn't want to do it, then you're going to have Ms. Figueroa file a motion. And also, if he contacts her and she doesn't want to talk to him, he can't, continue to call her, or she doesn't have to talk to him. And then you would have to go to family court, I suppose, and litigate whatever custody issues that you may have. Okay?
All right.
What is your father's name again, please?
Yeah.
Jose Carrero?
Jose?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Carrero, I'm gonna, as I said, I explained the no contact order to you. Do you have any questions about the no contact order? No?
No, I don't, ma'am.
Okay. You are not to possess any weapons or firearms. If you do have a firearm, you need to surrender it to the sheriff's department within 6 hours of your release. You're not to return to the scene. I'm gonna set your bond at $3,500, and I'm not going to take any action on the pretrial diversion case.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Anything else, Ms. Figueroa?
No, Your Honor, that's all I have.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Next defendant does not have an attorney. I think it's the
Okay. Do you need this back, the affidavit?
No.
Okay. Good morning.
Good morning, Judge.
Tell me your name, please.
Timothy Charles Colvin.
Mr. Colvin, sir, you were here because you failed to appear for court on a driving while license suspended with knowledge case.
Huh?
You failed to appear for court.
I never got a notice because I wasn't at the time and they didn't tell me.
Mr. Colvin, do you want the public defender to represent you in this case?
Yes.
All right, I'm going to appoint them to represent you. Is there a driving record for Mr. Colvin?
I'll place it up there.
Is it up here already?
I have no movement violations. I just have a court cost for trespassing.
Mr. Colvin? Oh, thank you so much. I'm trying to see if we can maybe resolve your case today. Did you want to enter a plea to this case, or do you want to post your bond?
I'll enter a plea and get out as soon as possible. I want to get back to work.
Ms. Bush, do you have his driving record?
I do not, Your Honor, but if I may have just one moment, let me verify that. I did not see it yesterday, but
So I have it, he's got one suspension for failing to pay court financial obligations. That's the only thing suspending. That's the only thing you've got suspending your driver's license?
Yes, that's all I
You
have.
should go down to the clerk of the court
I will
when you're
do that.
released to see if they can help you get on a payment plan and that you can maybe
That's what I was
work on
going to do
getting that
today
paid
if
off
released.
to get your license, okay?
I know.
and actually, I do have the driving record.
If he takes the plea.
And the state's offer would be an adjudication of guilt, credit time served, do not drive without a valid driver's license.
Mr. Colvin, do you want to accept that offer?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Did you have a chance to read the plea form before court this morning?
Yes.
Do you have any questions about any of the rights that you're giving up?
No.
Are you on probation?
No.
Do you understand if you're not a U.S. citizen, this plea will result in your deportation?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you under the influence of any drugs, alcohol, or medication?
No.
All right, sir, I'm going to accept your plea, adjudicate you guilty, sentence you to 2 days in jail. You've got credit for 2 days' time served. You are not to drive without a valid driver's license. You will have to pay court costs due by September 17th of 2021. You have 30 days to appeal the judgment and sentence of the court in writing. And Mr. Colvin, if you don't pay these court costs, your driver's license will get suspended again. You understand?
I'm trying, yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Ma'am, good morning. Your name?
Michelle Garcia.
What is it?
Michelle Garcia.
What about Ms. Fox? Finding a waiver of Ms. Fox's appearance based upon her refusal to come to court in 20 CF 11204. She was arrested for possession of a controlled substance without a prescription, trafficking in heroin, possession of a controlled substance without a prescription, possession of drug paraphernalia, delivery of methamphetamine, cocaine, possession of cocaine, and possession of heroin with intent to sell. There's probable cause. I'll appoint the public defender to represent her. I'm staying the bond on all the counts. You're Ms. Garcia?
Yes.
Oh, no, I'm Christy Ficani. I have Andre Garcia as my client.
Oh, okay. You representing Ms. Garcia?
No, not this one.
Oh.
Andre Garcia is my client. I was just asking him if I am able to address a case or if you go through the docket or how it works.
Okay, so tell me your name.
My name is Christy Ficani with the Public Defender's Office, and my client is Andre Garcia.
And he is on the add-on docket for an out-of-county plea.
And Ms. Gooden has a case as well. I believe it's also an out-of-county plea.
Okay. If you guys could just write down your names and the cases and then bring them to me, then we can maybe pull them.
Yes, Judge.
Okay. I'm sorry. You're Ms. Garcia? All right, ma'am. Good morning.
Good morning.
You're here in 20 MM 6749. You were arrested for battery domestic violence. There is probable cause. I'll appoint the public defender to represent you. Good morning.
Good morning.
Tell me your names, please.
Vincent Garcia.
Stephanie Garcia. You guys, it's so hard to hear through the mask and then in that room, so you're going to have to speak right into the microphone. You can keep your mask on, but just come close to the microphone, okay?
Vincent Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Garcia.
Stephanie Garcia.
And Ms. Garcia, okay. Could you please raise your right hands to be sworn in by the clerk?
Do you solemnly swear and affirm the testimony you're about to give should be the truth, the whole truth, so help you God?
Yeah.
Can you state your names for the record?
Vincent Garcia.
Stephanie Garcia.
And, Your Honor, the state would just ask, I have an Eddie De La Cruz listed as the victim.
Okay, so what's your relationship to Ms. Garcia?
She's my sister.
Okay, who is Eddie De La Cruz?
That's the father of her children.
Okay, what did you want to tell the court this morning?
Well, I was here yesterday, and they told me to come back because she wasn't able to see the judge because of medical conditions.
Okay, are you just here to support your sister?
Yes.
Okay, all right. So Mr. De La Cruz is not here?
No.
No, got it. Okay. Ms. Garcia, you are not to have any contact with the victim. You are to maintain a separate residence. You're not to possess any weapons or firearms. Do you live with Mr. De La Cruz? Okay, you can have a one-time return to the house with the police to get your things if needed. I'm going to place you on pretrial release at this time. Do y'all have any questions?
No. So she's being released today?
She will.
Okay.
Okay,
All right.
thank you.
All right, thank you.
This time?
Is it Fakani?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Ms. Fakani and Ms. Gooden, you're both for out-of-county cases?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Could we hold for after, I'll get through the resets and then I'll take these two out-of-county cases. We need Tisdale and Garcia. They're on the add-on docket.
I guess you can print the judgment.
I didn't realize you were here for out-of-county pleas. I thought you were just here observing with the new rotation policy for IA, so I apologize for making y'all wait longer.
Thank you.
Sir, good morning. Tell me your name, please.
Willis Gilbert, ma'am.
Mr. Gilbert, you are here in case number 20 CF 5666. You were arrested pursuant to a probable cause warrant for battery, domestic violence with one prior. I will appoint the public defender to represent you. You're not to have any contact with the victim. You are to maintain a separate residence. You're not to possess any weapons or firearms. And your bond is $2,500, sir. Thank you.
Your Honor, may I ask a question, please?
Sure. You do have to keep your mask on.
I'm sorry.
It's all right.
I was trying to explain to this gentleman right here. The cases what I have with
Yeah.
the carjacking, that's what my daughter's mom, she came yesterday. She contacted the state, tried to drop those charges. She done everything she can.
So that's something that's
So-
going to have to go through. I don't have any control over that. That's up to the state attorney whether or not they want to prosecute a case.
I'm saying this, could I have a bond on any of those charges? That's what I'm trying to find out.
So I don't know if you're going to have to talk to your lawyer about that. And if you don't have a bond, they're going to have to file a bond motion.
So I don't have a bond on no charges right now. That's what I'm trying to figure out. I just got
Were
in
you
the
seen
hospital. I'm still a little
yesterday?
delirious, ma'am.
Were you seen yesterday?
No, ma'am. I was in the emergency room yesterday. I was in the hospital. I just got ICU.
This is a reset from yesterday.
No, I understand, but he has a bunch of other cases, and I'm wondering how old they are. If he
Those
was in the hospital,
those
I don't
cases
know.
are old.
Just a minute.
Oh, I'm sorry.
They were revoked from, I guess when he came in, he was out on bond. Those cases were open, so the judge revoked them.
And reset this case?
Well, this case was added on, and it was supposed to be seen yesterday, but since he was in the hospital, they reset it for today. Just just the battery case.
Did he ever go to court on the out on bond? I don't understand how that happened.
I don't understand neither, ma'am. I never missed a court date or anything.
He came in on 9/11 for the aggravated battery with a deadly weapon.
Okay.
And he was seen.
Okay. And then he
was-
bonded out.
No. He was out on bond, so those cases got revoked. That's what kept him in jail.
Those other cases, the carjacking, et
Yeah.
cetera, he was out on bond on those matters. They were revoked when he came in on 9/11.
Okay. And then this case we have today is just an add-on?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. So, sir, you're going to have to contact your lawyer about the bonds that were revoked. I can't entertain a bond motion today.
Can't set a bond, man. My house some serious medical issues.
I understand you're going to have your lawyer file a motion.
This way, young man.
Ma'am, good morning. Your name?
Paula Harding.
This is 20 MM 6699, ma'am. You were arrested for trespass on property after warning. There's probable cause. Is there an offer for Ms. Harding, Ms. Bush?
Yes, Your Honor. It's an adjudication of guilt, 3 days Orange County Jail, 3 days credit time served, and no return to the scene, which is
Lake Eola.
Lake Eola, and no contact with witnesses, abide by all trespass warnings and court costs.
Okay. Ms. Harding, did you want to accept the offer?
Yes.
Did you read the plea form?
Yes.
Do you have any questions about the rights you're giving up?
What are my costs?
It's not my question.
Oh, yeah, no questions.
Okay. Are you on probation?
No.
Do you understand if you're not a U.S. citizen that this plea will result in your deportation?
Yes.
Are you under the influence of any drugs, alcohol, or medication?
No.
All right, I will accept your plea, adjudicate you guilty, sentence you to 3 days in jail with credit for 3 days time served. You can't return to Lake Eola. You'll have to pay court costs, which will be due by September 17th of 2021, and you have 30 days to appeal the judgment and sentence of the court in writing. Denise, do you know what her court costs will be?
$273.
$273, ma'am.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Oh, yeah, I didn't appoint them. Good morning, your name?
Good morning. Good morning.
What's your name?
Mitchell Marbe.
Mr. Marbe, you're here in 20 MM 808. You were arrested for battery domestic violence. There is probable cause. I will appoint the public defender to represent you. You're not to have any contact with the victim. You're to maintain a separate residence. You may have a one-time return with the police to get your things if needed. You're not to possess any weapons or firearms. Your bond is going to be $500.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, on the trespass on property after warning, can we resolve that case today?
Your Honor, if
Yeah.
I may have a moment to see.
Yeah.
Oh, it looks like Mr. Marbase is on probation. Actually, Mr. Marbase, I think I signed a warrant this morning on your probation case.
Yeah, so are you not doing a bond?
No, there's not a bond on that warrant.
Okay.
That'll get served on you.
So
You'll
I'm
be back
still stuck here?
tomorrow. You'll be back tomorrow. On
For arraignment?
Yes.
For that one
For the
tomorrow?
violation of the pretrial release condition, yes.
It's for the same, it's the same.
I know,
it's-
I know you need to tell me. I read the affidavit. I don't want you to talk about the facts, okay?
Okay.
But you do have a bond on this new case. It's $500. I'm not gonna take any action on your out on bond case, your trespass case, but you can't plea it out today because you're on probation.
Oh, right.
But you'll be back tomorrow morning on the violation,
Okay.
okay? Thank you. Good morning, your name?
Jonathan Mercado.
Mr. Mercado, you're here in 20 CT 2756. You were arrested for failing to appear at arraignment on the offense of driving while license suspended or revoked. You also have 20 CT 5727 for failing to appear in court for operating a car without a valid driver's license. Actually, that's a new case, and there's probable cause for that. You also have 20 CF 11198. You were arrested for possession of heroin with intent to sell or deliver, possession of methamphetamine with intent, possession of cocaine, possession of a controlled substance without a prescription, possession of drug paraphernalia, possession of a controlled substance without a valid prescription, and trafficking in heroin under 30 grams, but more than 4.
Where's the probable cause on all that, ma'am?
You'll have to ask your lawyer. Mr. Coach, did you have a probable cause challenge?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. So the court does find probable cause. Bond in 20 CT 2756 is 500.
So the court would not tell me where the probable cause is at?
20 CT.
See how big them charges are? You're telling me to stay quiet? This is my life right here.
Hey, if you're gonna be disrespectful to your
Well, I don't
attorney,
mean
you're
that.
gonna
I'm
need to
sorry.
leave the courtroom.
I'm sorry, ma'am. I'm sorry. But
Okay.
he's telling me to be quiet. I'm concerned about this is my life right here. Like I can't ask
He's
a
telling
question.
you to be quiet because he's asking that you ask him before you talk to me. He's trying to protect your rights.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Okay?
Thank you.
In 20 CT 5727, Your bond is $500. In 20 CF 11198, bond on count 1 will be 150, bond on count 2 150, bond on count 3 150, bond on count 4 150, bond on count 5 150, bond on count 6 is 150, bond on count 7 will be 50,000. Sir, you're not to possess or consume any controlled substances without a valid prescription. It also looks like there's an out on bond case. That's 20 MM 2812.
What is his name?
Put your head down.
I'm revoking the bond in 20 MM 2812. That bond's going to be set at none. Thank you, sir.
So I'm supposed to talk to you now.
Ma'am, good morning. Your name?
Tatiana Mojica.
This is 20 MM 6743. You were arrested for battery domestic violence. There is probable cause. I'll appoint the public defender to represent you. You're not to have any contact with the victim. You're to maintain a separate residence. You're not to possess any weapons or firearms. If you need a one-time return with the police to get your things, you may do so.
Your Honor, I don't see him here today, but there was a victim present yesterday that came late after we had passed the case.
Okay.
I just wanted to put that on record.
Did the judge take any testimony from the victim?
No, Your Honor. He came very late. We were beyond recalling the case.
Okay. So, ma'am, your lawyer will know what motion they need to file regarding contact if the victim, in fact, wants to be heard or have contact. I'm going to place you on pretrial release at this time. Thank you, ma'am.
Is he my lawyer?
Your names?
Yeah, I've never had it before.
Oh, good morning.
Good morning, ma'am.
Tell me your name, please.
James Robert Moy.
Sir, this is 20 CF 11182. You were arrested for leaving the scene of an accident with injuries and aggravated fleeing and eluding. There is probable cause. I'll appoint the public defender to represent you. Bond on count 1 is going to be $2,500. Bond on count 2 is going to be $2,500. Thank you, sir. Good morning, your name?
Nidia Alexia Benheimer.
Ma'am, this is case number 20MM1911. You failed to appear for court for pretrial conference. Your bond is $2,000. I'm not taking any action on any of the out on bond cases.
That's how much?
Your bond's $2,000.
And the 10%?
Pardon me?
10%?
That's something you'll have to ask your lawyer or a bondman about, ma'am, okay? Sir, good morning. Your name?
Elliot Preston.
Mr. Preston, you're here in 20 CF 11180. You were arrested for possession of a Lazapram, petty theft, and trespass on property after warning. There's probable cause. I'll appoint the public defender to represent you. Bond on count 1 is $500. Bond on count 2 is $100. Bond on count 3 is $100. You're not to return to the Walmart. Is there an offer on the misdemeanor case, Ms. Bush, on the out on bond case? It's 20 MM 1384.
Fine. Okay, take a look at it. I did not check these for the out on bonds.
I know an information must be filed because it's a February of 20 case. It's set for pretrial conference on October 1st in Judge Cameron's courtroom.
Yes, Your Honor. And I'm also looking to see,
If there's restitution.
not just that, I'm looking to see about the enhanceability of the case.
Change that.
And making certain that everything was recovered. Everything was recovered.
Mr. Preston, do you want to resolve that petty theft case that you're out on bond for today?
Yeah, if possible.
Okay.
And I just need to check one more matter, Your Honor. Given the fact that at the time that this was filed, they were unaware of a prior conviction. However, the state would make an offer of an adjudication of guilt, no return to the Walmart, no contact with witnesses, abide by all trespass warnings, and it would be 7 days, Orange County Jail. I do not know. He may have that time served.
2 days. Do you want to accept the offer, Mr. Preston?
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, I
And
think
there's a cost of investigation to the Orlando Police Department in the amount of $145.56.
All right. Mr. Preston, did you read the plea form this morning?
Yeah.
Do you have any questions about any of the rights that you're giving up?
No.
Are you on probation?
No.
Do you understand if you are not a U.S. citizen, this plea will result in your deportation?
Yeah.
Are you under the influence of any drugs, alcohol, or medication?
No.
All right, I'm going to accept your plea, adjudicate you guilty, sentence you to 7 days in jail. You've got credit for 2 days time served. You're not to return to the Walmart. You have to abide by the trespass warning and not have any contact with the witnesses. You will have to pay court costs. Those are going to be due by September 17th of 2021, which will include the cost of investigation to the Orlando Police Department in the amount of $145.56. You have 30 days to appeal the judgment and sentence of the court in writing.
Okay.
Thank you, sir. Ma'am, good morning. Your name?
Maya Wilbur.
Ms. Roper, this is 20 MM 6741. You were arrested for resisting officer without violence. There is a probable cause. I'm going to appoint the public defender to represent you. Is there an offer for Ms. Roper?
No, Your Honor. She's out on bond on a resisting matter in 2019 CF 13597.
I have that as child abuse and battery by strangulation, domestic violence.
I'm sorry, I might have looked at someone. I thought I was looking at, if I may.
Sure.
Pull that matter up. And yes, I do see that as a child abuse. I had something else listed on the sheet here. At this time, the state does not have an offer, Your
All
Honor.
right. Ma'am, your bond is $500. I'm not going to take any action on the out on bond case.
Thank
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, sir. Your name?
Ryan Vassell, ma'am.
Mr. Vassell, you're here because you failed to appear on the offense of open container. Ms. Bush, is there an offer for Mr. Vassell?
Yes, Your Honor. It's an adjudication of guilt, credit time served, and court costs.
Mr. Vassell, did you want to accept the offer?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you read the plea form before court?
No, ma'am.
Okay, I need you to read the form, please. Let me know when you're finished and if you have any questions.
No questions, ma'am.
All right. Are you on probation?
No, ma'am.
Do you understand if you're not a U.S. citizen, this plea will result in your deportation?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you under the influence of any drugs, alcohol, or medication?
No, ma'am.
All right, I'll accept your plea, adjudicate you guilty, sentence you to 3 days in jail with credit for 3 days time served. You will have to pay court costs, which will be due by September 17th of 2021, and you have 30 days to appeal the judgment and sentence of the court in writing. Thank you.
Understood.
Good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
Good, thank you. Tell me your name.
Austin Wynn.
Mr. Nguyen, you were here in 20 CF 11177. You were arrested for burglary of a structure, 2 counts, criminal mischief greater than $1,000, and petty theft. There's probable cause. I'm going to appoint the public defender to represent you. You are not to return to the scene or have any contact with the victims. Your bond on count 1 is going to be $1,500. Bond on count 2, $150. Bond on count 3, $150. Bond on count 4, $100.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
And I apologize, Your Honor. Count 1 was?
1,500.
1,500, thank you.
Okay.
Okay. Ms. Gooden, is that right?
I'm Ms. McCaney.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Okay. Ms. McCaney, and you have Andre Garcia. Are you Mr.
Yes, Your Honor.
Garcia?
Yes, Your Honor.
Let me find your paperwork. Okay, this is 2019 CF 59. This is an out-of-county plea from Lake County. Counsel, could I just have you put your appearance on the record, please?
Yes, Christy McCaney on behalf of the Public Defender's Office and Mr. Garcia.
All right, and this is going to be a change of plea. It's a violation of probation. Mr. Garcia, could you please raise your right hand to be sworn in?
Do you solemnly swear and affirm the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
Mr. Garcia, I'm holding a plea form here. I don't know if you can see it, but do you recognize this form?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, did you have a chance to review it with your lawyer?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you sign the plea form?
Yes, I did, Your Honor.
Did you have an opportunity to ask her all of the questions you wanted to ask her about the rights on the plea form?
Yes, I did, Your Honor.
And you read and understand English?
Yes.
Mr. Garcia, you are on probation. These are, looks like they're lesser included offenses. You were placed on probation for criminal mischief more than 200 but less than 1,000 and for battery. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and the maximum penalty for those offenses is 2 years. Is that your understanding?
Yes.
The agreement that was approved by Judge Davis in Lake County is to, for the court to reaffirm your adjudication of guilt. Your probation will be revoked and terminated. You will be sentenced to 60 days in jail with any time served that you may have, and your costs will be reduced to a lien. Is that your understanding of the agreement?
Yes, Your Honor.
Has anybody promised you anything other than that?
No, Your Honor.
Are you under the influence of any drugs, alcohol, or medication?
No, Your Honor.
Has anyone forced, threatened, or coerced you to enter this plea today?
No, Your Honor.
Do you understand that if you are not a U.S. citizen, that this plea will result in your deportation?
Yes, ma'am.
You also understand that by admitting to your violation of probation today, that you will be giving up your right to have a hearing on this matter.
Yes, ma'am.
And Are you admitting that you violated your probation by violating standard 2, which is that you did not pay your costs, and that you moved without getting permission from your probation officer?
No contest.
Well, you're admitting, correct?
Oh, yes, ma'am.
Yeah, okay. What I don't have is a score sheet.
Your Honor, because he's pleading to 2 misdemeanor offenses, a score sheet is not required.
That's correct.
And Your Honor, before we go any further, is the plea form signed by a prosecutor?
It is not, Ms. Bush, so I'll need to have you sign that.
May I approach?
Sure.
Your Honor, I also have the original plea form copy if you would like this.
Yes, because we will send that to Lake County.
Okay.
Ms. Bush, do you want to maybe sign that one?
Yes, the out of county.
All right, yeah. All the out-of-county forms are different. Some require the signature and others do not.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Garcia, I do accept your plea. I find that it was freely and voluntarily entered, that you are alert and intelligent, and that you do understand the nature and consequences of your plea, and that there is a sufficient factual basis for the admission. I will, at this time, revoke and terminate your probation. How many days does Mr. Garcia have?
71.
71. Sentence you to 71 days in the Orange County Jail with credit for 71 days time served.
Thank you.
Your costs are going to be reduced to a lien, and you have 30 days to appeal the judgment and sentence of the court in writing, sir.
Okay, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. God bless.
Thank you, Your Honor. That's all I have. May I be dismissed?
Yes, you may. He admitted to conditions 2 and 3.
2 and 3, okay.
Ms. Gooden?
Yes, ma'am. This is Torche Tisdale, case number 2018 CF 11402 out of Broward County.
Thank you. Just 1 second. Do you have the original of that plea form?
I have the original, Judge. It does not have a prosecutor's signature, but there isn't actually a block for it.
There is not a block for it?
No, Judge, but I do have a prosecutor's signature on the DNA form, which does have a block.
Okay. Yeah, all the forms for each, it's interesting, all the forms for all the counties are different.
Judge, what's the defendant's name?
This next one is,
Is it Davila? Christopher Davila? On the first page, bottom?
nope.
Okay.
It's a Broward County case. It's
Tisdale.
Tisdale, or Tisdale, Tershai. Okay, hold on. I just want to make sure you have the signed, the original French plea form for Garcia.
Yes, that was.
Got it.
The admission form,
Yep.
and you signed that one?
I don't have to sign that one.
Okay.
Yeah, I know. They're all
Judge, I
different.
do have a plea form, the DNA form, the charging document, the score sheet, and the supporting documentation for a factual basis if the court needs any of those documents.
Just give me 1 second. I'm going to see what I have up here.
Yes.
Okay. All right, I have a score sheet. I have the information. Okay, so the only information that I have is that she's going to be placed on 36 months of drug offender probation. I don't have any of the terms of the probation. Are there any specific terms of the probation?
No, Judge, the plea form is just a withhold court cost lab fees, and I have a specific order assessing lab fees, and then 36 months of drug offender probation.
And Your Honor, I'm The state's wondering if that's because the drug offender probation might be a program similar to our drug court.
Okay.
And it would be abiding by whatever conditions within that program.
Okay. And then are there any other holds for Ms. Tisdale?
No, Your Honor.
No. Okay. Ms. Tisdale, are you planning on heading back to Broward County when you're released from the jail?
Davenport.
I don't think Davenport's near Broward County.
She does not reside in Broward County, no judge.
Okay, so she's gonna have to report to probation though in
Yes,
Broward
Judge.
County.
Yes, she's aware of that. Yes,
Okay, okay. How much time are you gonna need to get down there?
My parents, they already here waiting on me.
To take you down to Broward to sign up for probation?
Yeah, it's getting transferred here.
But you're still gonna have to report. I don't wanna set her up to fail.
Yes, Judge, I understand.
So that's why I'm trying to figure this out.
Oh yeah, my mom's gonna do everything. Well,
Okay.
take me, yeah.
Well, it's your responsibility to make sure that you get to Broward County and that you sign up for probation. You can't just bank on the fact that it's gonna be transferred. There's a process for that.
Okay.
Okay, so you are going to have to contact probation and figure out how to do that.
Okay, I will.
Okay.
Okay. I think it's already said.
All right.
I think it's already said.
Ms. Tisdale, could you please raise your right hand to be sworn in by the clerk?
Do you solemnly swear and affirm the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right. Please state your name and date of birth for the record.
Torshay Tisdale, 12/24/1990.
Do you read and understand English?
Yes.
All right, Ms. Tisdale, in this case, you have been charged by information with the offense of possession of methamphetamine, which is a third-degree felony. The maximum punishment for that offense is 5 years in prison, 5 years of probation, and up to a $5,000 fine. Do you understand these charges and the maximum penalties?
Yes, ma'am.
I've been told that you wish to change your previously entered plea of not guilty and enter a plea of no contest to these charges. Is that what you wish to do today?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you currently under the influence of any drugs or alcohol?
No, ma'am.
Have you taken any medication today for any reason?
No, ma'am.
Have you ever been treated for any mental illness or emotional disturbance, or are you suffering from any of those at this time?
No, ma'am.
How far did you complete in school?
12th grade.
Did you read the plea form?
Yes.
Have you discussed your case and the plea with your attorney?
Yes.
Was she able to answer all of your questions?
Yes.
Did you understand everything that she explained to you?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand the constitutional rights that were set forth on the plea form?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you have any questions about any of those rights that you are giving up?
No, ma'am.
And do you understand that by entering into this plea today that we will not have a trial on your case and I will impose sentence today if I accept the plea?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Ms. Tisdale, we talked about the plea form. Do you recall signing the plea form?
Yes, ma'am.
And are you entering this plea freely and voluntarily?
Yes, ma'am.
Has anyone forced, threatened, or coerced you into entering this plea?
No, ma'am.
Has anything been promised to you other than what we have talked about here in open court today?
No, ma'am.
Are you satisfied with your lawyer's representation of you?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you understand if you're not a U.S. citizen, this plea will result in your deportation?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you also understand that this plea may subject you to involuntary civil commitment as a sexually violent predator upon completion of your sentence?
Yes, ma'am.
Is the defense stipulating to a factual basis for the plea?
Yes, Judge.
All right, and then I do have a score sheet. Did you have an opportunity to review that?
Yes, Judge.
Do you have any objections to the score sheet?
We do not.
Okay. Ms. Tisdale, at this time, I'm going to accept your plea. I find that you are alert and intelligent and that your plea is freely and voluntarily entered, that you understand the charge and the nature of the offense, and that you are represented by competent counsel with whom you say you are satisfied.
Yes, ma'am.
At this time, the court is going to accept your plea, withhold adjudication, sentence you to 36 months of drug offender probation. There are costs associated with this case.
Okay.
thought the costs were written on the plea form.
Your Honor, I believe counsel said that she had a cost form.
I do, I can approach.
Would you please? Thank you. Fantastic. Ms. Bush, is the state aware of any DNA that would exonerate the defendant?
No, Your Honor, and I believe the DNA form was signed by the prosecutor.
There is, Judge, there's two different ones.
Oh, there's two different ones, okay.
We signed one and he signed another.
Oh, I see, got it, okay.
Sorry about that.
And then you have the cost form, thank you. So, Ms. Tisdale, I'm gonna give you 48 hours to report to probation in Broward County.
Yes,
Okay, if
ma'am.
you have any questions about that, I'm sure your attorney will be able to assist you. I also did have a phone number here for a public defender in Broward County. Had your office been working with her?
Yes, ma'am, and I wrote that number on top of the score sheet
Perfect.
for Ms. Tisdale and told her that she can contact Ms. McNichols or myself if she has any questions or concerns. Yes, ma'am, thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Okay, then I believe that's everything. Ms. Tisdale, you do have 30 days to appeal the judgment and sentence of the court in writing.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Judge, would you like the original
You
copy?
just did the 36 months.
Yes, please. She, 60 days with credit for 60 days, or I'm sorry, 26 days, credit for 26 days.
Okay, thank you.
And Your Honor, may the state have the lab fees?
Yes, it's $166.80.
Thank you.
All right, I'm gonna give both of these. She just gave you the original.
Mm-hmm.
I want to put this here. I think I have to sign the plea form.
Okay, and what are we doing about the court call? She's gonna report.
Oh, see, this is the one I thought I saw. See, this is the problem. I don't know what the court laws are in Broward County.
Which is fine, but what I can put on here, all court costs for her to report to, like, the court there, or what do you, because I can put it right there.
Please put that, so she'll have to report within 30 days to report to the court. Did that work?
Yeah, she went out that way.
It'll be on the paperwork.
Okay. So in regards to court costs, report to clerk of courts within 30 days. You want me to hold off on this one? Okay.
Ms. Bush, on an order, disposition order, the court costs have to be explicitly stated, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. And I think it's different in every county. Because I know for Osceola County, I got a list of what the court
Yes, Your
costs
Honor.
are, whether it's a traffic case, a misdemeanor
And
case.
yes, it is different per county.
Okay.
And I don't know if on the Broward, the court website, if possibly court costs are listed.
All right, I'm just gonna hold on to this. I'm gonna follow up on this over the break, and if needed, I'll contact Broward County so that it can be actually listed in the disposition. Thank you. Oh, here's this.
That goes with this as well.
No, that's the St. Attorney one, they did two. They did two.
Here's the plea form. Here's the score sheet. Good morning. Tell me your name, please.
Martika Agnew.
Ma'am, you're here in 20 MM 460. You were arrested for battery domestic violence. There's probable cause. I'm going to appoint the public defender to represent you. You are not to have any contact with the victim. You're to maintain a separate residence. You're not to possess any weapons or firearms. Your bond is $500. You were also arrested pursuant to a probable cause capias. The case number should be 20 CF 9139BO. I have an order where they,
Yes, Your Honor, it was consolidated.
with 20 CF 9502.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. The bond in that case is $2,500. You were arrested pursuant to a probable cause capias for neglect of a child. You are to comply with any DCF requests or investigations, ma'am. I think more specifically, the order states that you're to abide by all treatment orders and DCF medical orders. Thank you.
And Your Honor, on 9139B, does the court have only one count?
Yes. Oh, no, that one has two. And then there's false reports to law enforcement authorities.
Yes, Your Honor.
Bond on that will be $150.
We only have one count.
There's a second warrant. See, so this should be. There's an order, and they consolidated that case, the one that has the one count, into this case, and it's right here. So. So this is the real case.
Yeah, but, okay, so it shouldn't be in our file, because I thought
No.
this case was consolidated into this one, when we pulled it up. And then the recall.
I'll sign this form too for that thing.
Habeas is issued on this case, so this case is gone.
Okay.
9502 should be gone.
Okay. Okay, so 2,500 and 500.
2,500 and 150. And just so, I hope corrections you have it with the correct case numbers. So 20 CF 9502 should be closed. And if I have to, I'll ROR her on that case.
Oh, so,
And then that's not a case. So it was consolidated into 20 CF 9139BO, and I set bond on, in that case at 2,500 on count one and 150 on count two.
so RR on the 9502?
That's right.
Oh, we only have, okay, I thought this case was no more. And we're only eyeing her on these two cases, the 460AA and the 9139.
9502
We're not doing
is an ROR,
Okay,
and then the case that she has open is 20 CF 9139, and it has two counts.
okay.
Are we all on the same page?
Yeah.
Yes? Good morning, your name?
Samuel Benchamal.
Mr. Benchamal, this is case number 20 CF 11260. You were arrested for kidnapping, false imprisonment, tampering with a witness to hinder communication to law enforcement, robbery, sudden snatching, and battery. I'll appoint the public defender to represent you. Ms. Bush, I don't find probable cause.
Your Honor, I'm printing it.
You are?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you.
have 2 more pages to print. And Your Honor, I am providing the court and defense also with the cover email from Orange County Sheriff's Office explaining that the reason why they were unable to provide the jurat, because this was in progress when I called this morning at 7:30. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes, please.
And the jurats go to a separate location. But they are trying to track it down now.
Well, is the officer here now?
Apparently, he is processing or was en route at 9:13 this morning on a separate arrest, Your Honor. So I don't know where he is in the system, but as an officer of the court, I testify that this was sent to me in response to a request that I made this morning at 7:30. And I have spoken with the deputy. He was at a crime scene at that time and advised that report review would have the documents because his supervisor was in the process of reviewing and approving them.
Well,
And it is the same agency number contained at the top of the incident report of 20-67338. And
Ms. Bush, I don't think it's not a authentic document, but the rule requires that it be sworn to. So if you want to get it sworn to, I'll reset it for this afternoon.
well, Your Honor,
Or have him
and
come testify that this is his.
in the
his report.
alternative, if they do not find it or aren't able to catch up with the deputy between now and then, the state would be asking for 24 hours to provide the probable cause. So if we could reset it to this afternoon,
Yes.
I will.
Okay, and then if not, I would grant your request for the 24 hours.
Thank you.
This afternoon.
Okay. So we're recalling this case?
Yes.
Okay.
Sir, good morning. Your name?
Michael.
What's your last name, Michael?
Blake, B-L-A-K-E.
Mr. Blake, you have 2 cases. I will appoint the public defender to represent you in both. You have 20 CF 11093. You were arrested pursuant to a probable cause warrant for aggravated assault with a weapon, false imprisonment, domestic violence, and battery domestic violence. You're not to have any contact with the victim. You are to maintain a separate residence. You're not to possess any weapons or firearms. If you need to return to the house one time with the police to get your things, you may. Bond on count 1 is $2,500, bond on count 2, $150, bond on count 3, $150. You were also arrested in 20 MM 6779 for resisting officer without violence. There is probable cause for that offense. Your bond is $500.
Can I have a moment, Your Honor?
Sure.
You just signed it and I'll talk to you.
Okay, hang on, sir.
Mr. Blake, do you need a copy of the warrant?
Because I went to court on 9/11 in similar county, and we dropped the charges, but these look like the same charges. I'm being
Mr.
charged.
Blake, you're gonna need to make an appointment to talk with your lawyer about the facts of your case. Okay, thank you.
We'll reach out here.
And then she snapped.
You gotta follow her.
Okay, what is this?
I already explained to you.
No, so that's my bond, okay, so
Yes.
what do I do on that?
You have bond, so you gotta go there. We'll make a phone call, and then you have the phone number to call to
So,
the attorney.
okay, so I have a bond,
Yes.
and so how do I go to jail? How do I get out of jail?
Thank you, Mr. Blake.
Gotta go.
Okay, sorry about that.
That's good.
Good morning, your name, please?
Your name?
Kevin Jules Robert Kaju.
Sir, this is 20 CF 11194. You were arrested for battery by strangulation, domestic violence. There's probable cause. I will appoint the public defender to represent you. Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Tell me your name, please.
Adelise Vera.
Ms. Vera, please raise your right hand to be sworn in.
Do you solemnly swear and affirm the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you.
Ma'am, do you want to have contact with Mr. Teju? No?
No.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Sir, you're not to have any contact with Ms. Vieira. You are to maintain a separate residence. You're not to possess any weapons or firearms. I am going to place you on pretrial release at this time. Do you have any questions about anything that I've ordered?
No, but could you just state that one more time, please?
Sure. You're not to have any contact with Ms. Vieira. You are to maintain a separate residence. You are not to possess any weapons or firearms.
Yes.
All right?
And Your Honor, may he have one-time law enforcement return?
Yes. Ma'am, thank you. Did you have any questions?
No, not right now, no.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, you lose later, just follow it. Okay.
That's from Jill? Okay. Yeah, we didn't have the highlighted copy, so, sorry.
I didn't know that either. Good morning, sir. Your name?
Justin Robert Carmo.
This is 20 CF 9951. You were arrested pursuant to a probable cause warrant for aggravated assault with a deadly weapon and battery domestic violence. I'll appoint the public defender to represent you. Bond on count 1 is $2,500. Bond on count 2 is $150. You're not to have any contact with the victim. You're to maintain a separate residence. You may return one time with the police to get your things if needed. And you're not to possess any weapons or firearms. You have 20 MM 6774. You were arrested for petty theft and resisting a merchant. There is probable cause. I will appoint the public defender to represent you. Your bond on count 1 is $500. Your bond on count 2 is $100. You're not to return to the JCPenney. And you have an out-of-county warrant from St. Lucie County for grand theft of a motor vehicle. Your bond is $7,500, sir. Thank you. Sir, good morning. Your name?
Alfred Cleveland Jr.
Mr. Cleveland, this is 20 CF 11253. You were arrested for battery by strangulation and for battery. There's probable cause. I'm appointing the public defender to represent you. You're not to have any contact with the victim. You're to maintain a separate residence. You're not to possess any weapons or firearms. You may have a one-time return with the police to get your things if needed. Your bond on count 1 is going to be $1,500. Your bond on count 2 is $100. Thank you, sir. Good morning. Your name?
Anthony Davis.
Mr. Davis, this is 20 CF 11254. You were arrested for aggravated battery on a pregnant person. There is probable cause. I will appoint the public defender to represent you. You're not to have any contact with the victim. You're to maintain a separate residence. You're not to possess any weapons or firearms. You may have a one-time return with the police to get your things if needed. I'm going to place you on pretrial release at this time. Do you have any questions, sir?
Yes, ma'am. What is pretrial release?
Your lawyer will explain that to you.
Okay.
Good morning, sir. Your name?
Wesley Etienne.
Mr. Etienne, this is 20 CF 11224. You were arrested for battery, domestic violence, and battery by strangulation, domestic violence. There is probable cause. I will appoint the public defender to represent you. You're not to have any contact with the victim. You're to maintain a separate residence. You're not to possess any weapons or firearms. You may have a one-time return with the police to get your things if needed. I'm going to place you on pretrial release at this time, sir.
I didn't hear that last part, ma'am.
You're going to be placed on pretrial release.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Where am I signing? Does that mean I'm on bond?
How you doing, boss?
We'll look at it later.
Bad, it's on this form too. Thank you.
Good morning, your name?
Paul Hill, ma'am. Good morning.
Sir, you're here in 20 CF 11262. You were arrested for aggravated child abuse. There is probable cause. I'm going to appoint the public defender to represent you. Is Javon your child?
No, ma'am. He's my stepchild. I've been taking care of for the last 6 months.
Okay. You're not to have any contact with the victim. You are to maintain a separate residence. You're not to possess any weapons or firearms. You're also to comply with any DCF requests or investigations. Your bond is $3,500. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
He may have a one-time return with the police to get his things if needed.
Yes, sir. And may I approach the Madam Clerk just to give a notice of invocation of constitutional rights for
Sure.
file? Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, your name?
My name is Kyle Poe.
Mr. Paulin, you're here in 20 CF 10651. You were arrested for aggravated assault, battery, and criminal mischief. This was pursuant to a probable cause warrant. I will appoint the public defender to represent you. You're not to have any contact with the victim. You're to maintain a separate residence. You may have a one-time return with the police to get your things if needed. You're not to possess any weapons or firearms. Bond on count 1 is going to be $1,500. Bond on count 2 will be $150. Bond on count 3 will be $150. You also have 20 MM 4445. You failed to appear on a battery case. Your bond is $2,000.
Ma'am?
Sir?
I'm sorry. The failure to appear, I have a letter that y'all sent me to my house September 7th. My court date was September 8th. They told me that my public defender was virtually doing the court date and I didn't have to attend.
Okay.
So that's why I have the failure to appear, I guess.
Okay, let me look.
But I do have the letter at my home.
Who sent you the letter?
Orange County Clerk of Court. And then on the other charges, I never got arrested for them.
No, you were arrested on it now.
Oh, now, yes,
Right.
ma'am. Okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's okay. All right, Mr. Paul, and I am going to release you on your own recognizance in that case. Your next court date is going to be, November 2nd at 2:30 p.m. That's in Division 50.
And that's for the case that was failure to appear on, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so November
So
2nd.
what you're going to want to do, though, is you need to contact the public defender's office
Yes, ma'am.
to make sure that you understand exactly what the rules are regarding the virtual appearance, okay?
Okay.
Your appearance may be required, and it may
Okay,
be
okay.
virtually. So
Okay.
you need to make sure you understand that. The order also states that you can contact the judge's judicial assistant to make sure that you know how to appear.
Okay, okay.
You understand?
So everything's fine with that, right?
Correct. You have your court date. I think your lawyer wrote it down for you.
Okay, and then the other three charges, you said I have a bond amount of
do.
what? I'm sorry. Okay.
PTC. It was a status hearing, so I set it for right now. Thank you.
Mr. Hill.
It's our office.
That was the case.
3,500.
Correct.
$180 on that. Okay. I'm good to go? Good to go?
Sir, good morning. Your name?
Good morning.
Tell me your name.
Robert Richardson.
Mr. Richardson, sir, you are here in 20 CF 11263. You were arrested for unlawful possession of a concealed handcuff key and battery domestic violence. There is probable cause. I will appoint the public defender to represent you. Your bond on count 1 is $150. Your bond on count 2 is going to be $500. You're not to have any contact with the victim. You're to maintain a separate residence. You're not to possess any weapons or firearms. And you may have a one-time return with the police to get your things if needed.
Okay, and how much was the first one?
$150.
150. And the second one, ma'am? I'm sorry?
500.
500. Okay,
Thank you.
thank you.
Ma'am, good morning. Your name?
My name is Ashley Colon.
Ms. Clone, this is 20MM 6781. You were arrested for battery domestic violence. There's probable cause. I will appoint the public defender to represent you. You're not to have any contact with the victim. You are to maintain a separate residence. You're not to possess any weapons or firearms. You may have a one-time return with the police to get your things if needed. I will place you on pretrial release at this time. Do you have any questions?
No, ma'am.
No? Okay, thank you.
Judge, I'm sorry, what was the bond amount on that?
PTR.
Yep.
Sir, tell me your name.
Anthony Johnson.
Mr. Johnson, you're here in 20MM 6782. You were arrested for battery domestic violence. There is probable cause. I'll appoint the public defender to represent you. You're not to have any contact with the victim. You're to maintain a separate residence. You're not to possess any weapons or firearms. You may have a one-time return with the police to get your things if needed.
And Your Honor, there was a mistake on his face sheet. He didn't qualify.
Why not?
He had 17 FTAs in his history, and the employee who interviewed him and did his criminal history didn't fill out a PTR sheet. It was a mistake to put yes. There was no orange sheet filled out for him to be qualified for a PTR.
I mean, aside from the FTAs, all of his history is basically drugs.
Yeah. It is.
Okay.
What's wrong? I mean, when you come back, I'll tell you. Colin? Coleman?
just because they didn't fill out the sheet, or because it says that this says that investigated the defendant's community ties with probing questions, no history of mental health. All right, Mr. Johnson, your bond is $500, sir. Thank you. Good morning, your name?
Caitlin Marchwinski.
Ma'am, you are here in 20MM 812. You were arrested for resisting officer without violence and battery domestic violence. There is probable cause. I will appoint the public defender to represent you. Good morning, sir.
Morning.
Tell me your name.
Josh Whitley.
You Mr. Whitley?
Yes.
All right, Mr. Whitley, please raise your right hand to be sworn in by the clerk.
Do you solemnly swear and affirm the testimony you're about to give should be the truth, the whole truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you.
Do you want to have contact with Miss Marchwinski?
Yes.
Yes?
Yes.
Are you afraid of her?
No.
Do you have any concerns about your safety if I were to allow contact between the two of you?
No, not at all.
How long have you been dating Miss Marchwinski?
3.5 years.
How long?
3 years?
3 years. And during your relationship, have there been any instances of violence between the two of you?
Never.
All right, Ms. Fish, do you have any questions?
And do you reside together?
Yes.
And does anyone else live with you too?
Our boys, my 6-year-old and our 11-month-old.
And do you have any concerns for their safety?
Not at all.
If something like this were to happen again, and if you felt threatened or you felt the safety of your children was threatened, would you call law enforcement?
If I felt threatened? Yes.
Yes, sir. All right, thank you. I have no further questions. Thank you, sir.
Anything from the defense?
No, Your Honor.
All right, ma'am, at this time, I'm going to place you on pretrial release. You're not to have any hostile contact with Mr. Whitley. You are not to possess any weapons or firearms. Do you have any questions about anything that I've ordered?
Am I allowed to go back to the residence?
Yes, you just can't have any hostile contact, which means you can't argue, fight, be aggressive, that type of behavior.
Okay.
Okay?
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Do you have any questions?
No.
Thank you. Sir, good morning. Your name?
Kenny Mason.
Mr. Mason, this is 20MM 459. You were arrested for battery domestic violence. There is probable cause. I'll appoint the public defender to represent you. You're not to have any contact with the victim. You're to maintain a separate residence. You're not to possess any weapons or firearms. You may have a one-time return with the police to get your things if needed. Bond is $500. I am revoking the bond in 20 CF 9139. That's going to be set at none. Thank you, sir.
May I have a second, Your Honor?
Sure.
No, don't post that. Take your papers, okay?
Ma'am, good morning. Your name?
Shamaya Rivas.
Ms. Rivas, this is 20MM 6775. You were arrested for battery domestic violence. There is probable cause. I'm going to appoint the public defender to represent you. You're not to have any contact with the victim. You are to maintain a separate residence. You may return one time with the police to get your things if needed. You're not to possess any weapons or firearms.
Okay, I did have,
Your bond is $500, ma'am. Thank you. Sir, good morning. Your name?
I'm Arthur Thomas, ma'am.
Mr. Thomas, this is 20M 6786. You were arrested for a violation of a domestic injunction. There's probable cause. I'll appoint the public defender to represent you.
Okay.
You are to abide by the injunction in 20 DR 4835. Your bond is going to be $2,500. I'm revoking the bond in 20 MM 4126. That bond will be set at none. Thank you, sir.
It'll be set where?
Your bond is revoked on your out on bond case.
So I can't get out?
No.
So what, I gotta wait for a court date?
Right, you can have your
And
lawyer file a bond motion in that case.
And I've been waiting for a court date for about 3-4 months for that one.
That's
And with
something
this
you'll
one,
have to follow up with your lawyer about.
and with this one from the other night, that was just for her to get me out the house because she moved.
Listen, I'm not saying anything's true or
Yeah,
untrue.
they didn't have any probable cause.
That's something you'll have to talk with your lawyer about, sir. Thank you.
Moved all my stuff out the same day.
Good morning, your name?
Tariq Barker.
Mr. Bacher, you have 20 CT 798. You were arrested for driving while license suspended. There's probable cause. I'll appoint the public defender to represent you in all of your cases this morning.
And Your Honor,
Yes?
I received some additional documentation from the Maitland Police Department, and the state would like to provide it to the court. It's in relation to this matter.
Sure. Did you provide it to the defense already?
I'm getting ready to do that,
Okay.
Your Honor. When I received it yesterday or last night, I didn't have the case number at the time.
Sure.
You just want them to abide by the injunction. You're not ordering any convictions. Okay, thank you.
And may I approach, Your Honor? Thank you.
Yes, you may.
It's just an additional sworn narrative, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you.
Without the timestamp. Sometimes you have to deal with the court because the paper is so, you know, the pleas, other than the pocket.
Bond on 20 CT 798 will be $1,000. And then you have 2 cases that you're on probation for in Polk County. And bond on each of those will be $5,000. Thank you, sir.
5,000, 5,000, 1,000.
And your Honor said that there's two cases out of,
I had two cases, two out-of-county cases?
It's the
Out
same
of
case
total.
number.
Oh, it's the same case number?
It's just a copy.
Oh, okay.
So just
So
5,000.
just 5,000 for
and
one.
it's 5,000, thank you.
Thank you.
And then supplemental, it goes to
Just
CT.
file it, yeah.
Okay.
Good morning, sir. Your name?
Darius Bowie, how you doing today, ma'am?
Good morning, sir. You're here in 20 CT 1581. You failed to appear for pretrial conference. And in 20 CT 1686, you failed to appear for pretrial conference. These are both driving while license suspended cases. Mr. Bowie, why did you fail to appear for court?
Well, to be honest with you, right around the time, like after I caught the charges, I was waiting on the court date. And then one day I looked on the clerk of court's website and it said that the courthouse was shut down and it wouldn't let me look up anything at the time. So I waited on my bondsman, because I was out on bond for the charge, to call me with a court date. They never did. And then I had a I changed my address. I guess that's my fault. I changed my address and I didn't get any mail. But other than that, only reason I missed it was because when I went on the clerk of court, it said that the courthouse was shut down due to COVID-19.
All right, sir. So at this time, your bond on each of them is set at none. You'll have to have your lawyer file a bond motion in Division 80 in front of Judge Gibson. I'm not going to take any action on the out on bond cases.
He gets days.
For pretrial.
Division 80 pretrial conference, November 10th at 9:00 a.m., courtroom 9C, as to both cases.
Thank you, sir.
And you took no action.
Right.
And Madam Clerk, that was 9B as in Baker.
9C.
9C, thank you.
So I go to court the 10th.
Yes. We'll get in touch with your attorney because it's virtual and there may be certain steps you have to take. Okay. But I'll reach out to your attorney.
So, but I don't have
It's the same, it's the one we just did, so it's okay.
Ma'am, good morning. Your name?
Valerie Garcia Diaz, good morning.
Ma'am, you have two cases. I'll appoint the public defender to represent you in both. 20 CT 1102, you were arrested for driving while license suspended, and you failed to appear in 20 MM 2469 for the offense of petty theft. I'm going to place you on pretrial release for both cases. You're not to drive without a valid driver's license, ma'am. Thank you.
The next patient on the last is bonded. And then the one after that, Matos bonded as well.
Are you Mr. Negron?
Hi, good morning.
Good morning, sir. You are here in 20 CT 5763 for driving while license suspended. And in 20 CT 2112 for driving while license suspended. You failed to appear in that case. Your bond is $500 in each case, sir. Thank you. Good morning. Your name, ma'am?
Maisha Register.
Ma'am, you're here in 20 CT 2401. You failed to appear for arraignment for the offense of driving while license suspended.
Ma'am?
Ma'am?
The Tory bail bond, she had emailed the judge, explained to them why I missed court, and then he responded back and with a new court date. That's why I didn't understand how I even, yeah. Let me take a look. She did respond to him, and then he emailed her back, and she was on the phone with me when I was dealing with the police, but he hung up on her, so I don't know what exactly. Yeah, he snatched my phone and hung up the phone.
I do see the correspondence that the bondsman did send to Judge Jewett in this matter. I can't reinstate the bond, Ms. Register, because the capias has already been executed, but I'm going to release you on your own recognizance at this time.
Okay.
You need to contact your lawyer. I'm going to appoint the public defender's office to represent you. You need to contact their office within 24 hours of your release. There's going to be a court date on your paperwork when you leave. You need to make sure that you are present at that court date, ma'am.
Okay.
Okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
This number to call for your attorney.
Call this number?
Ms. Bush?
Okay, thank you. So I'm released on.
I was
have
thinking
no
that
bond?
the court date was going to be given
Okay, thank
today.
Okay.
No. Did I have a pensive look there?
You did. Good morning. Your name?
Joel Roman.
Sir, you are here in case number 20 CT 5764. You were arrested for driving under the influence.
Yeah.
There is probable cause.
No, not driving under influence.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you said.
That would be.
Tell me your name again.
It's Joel Roman,
I'm sorry,
R-O-M-A-N. It was driving while license
You
suspended.
failed to appear for court.
Correct.
Excuse me. That is in case number 19 CT 7557. You failed to appear for the offense of driving while license suspended at arraignment. So for Mr. Roman, did you want to resolve this case today?
I'm kind of surprised that they did this yesterday, because I made arrangements with the bondsman at a time when it was when I was going to miss the last date. Okay.
Okay.
I made arrangements with them, and I came and I did a walkthrough with them, and redid the bond. Came in, waited till they bailed me out again, and took care of everything. Now, after that, the situation with the COVID had gotten worse and everything. I basically thought that my girlfriend has a court date too that they pushed back till December, and I've been hearing about everything being pushed back.
My question to you is, do you want to enter a plea on this case today? Are you interested in resolving the case?
I'm not sure. I really am not sure. I mean, I really feel like I don't. And if you look there, the last court date
Ms. Rowe,
notice.
you're not being charged with failing to appear. You're
Okay.
charged with driving without a valid driver's license. That's your
Okay.
case.
Okay.
I'm asking you if you want to resolve that case today. So maybe talk to your lawyer. You don't have a bond on the capias. You only have one driving while license suspended conviction in the last 5 years. So why don't you take a minute, Mr. Coach, and talk to him about that?
Your Honor.
Yes,
There
Ms.
is a cost of investigation in this case.
Who is that to and how much?
It is a $96 cost of investigation to the Orlando Police Department.
Thank you, Ms. Bush.
Judge, she would like to take an offer today.
Okay. Ms.
Please.
Bush, did you want to make an offer, or would that be a plea to the court?
Yes, Your Honor. And I do not have a driving record, but I heard Your Honor say he has a prior.
Yeah, his last conviction for driving while license suspended was in April of 2016.
The state's offer would be an adjudication of guilt, credit time served, do not drive without a valid driver's license, court costs, and cost of investigation to the Orlando Police Department in the amount of $96.
Okay. Did you want to accept the offer, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you have a chance to read the plea form before court this morning?
Yes.
Do you have any questions about any of the rights you're giving up?
No.
Are you on probation?
No, ma'am.
Do you understand that if you're not a U.S. citizen, this plea will result in your deportation?
I was born in the Bronx.
Are you under the influence of any drugs, alcohol, or medication?
No, ma'am.
All right, so I'm going to accept your plea, adjudicate you guilty, sentence you to, how many days?
That's
is it?
4 days.
4 days in the Orange County Jail with credit for 4 days' time served. You will have to pay court costs along with the cost of investigation to the Orlando Police Department in the amount of $96. Those court costs are going to be due by September 17th of 2021, and you have 30 days to appeal the judgment and sentence of the court in writing, sir.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
It needs to be fingerprinted.
Mr. Roman's going to need to be fingerprinted. Tucker bonded. Good morning, your name?
Luis Enrique Erazo de Jesus.
This is 18 CT 6234. This is your arraignment for the offense of driving while license suspended. You are represented by the Public Defender's Office. How would he like to proceed?
I was going to ask if there's an offer.
Your Honor, an offer was conveyed yesterday of an adjudication of guilt, 4 days, Orange County Jail. Do not drive without a valid driver's license and court cost. I believe he has 4 days credit time served.
He's got 3.
And my records show that he has one prior Dwellis conviction from July 3rd of 2018. So this would be his second.
Judge, she would not like to take an offer today.
Okay. So you're not a plea of not guilty?
Yes, Your Honor.
This is a Division 80 case. That is Judge Gibson's courtroom. And that's pretrial conference, November 10th at 9 a.m. in courtroom 9C. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Your next court date in your office. Yeah.
Good morning, your name?
Patrico Guerriere.
Sir, you're here in 20 MM 6731. for your arraignment for the offense of criminal mischief with damage more than $200. You're represented by the public defender. How would he like to proceed?
Your Honor, be not guilty.
That's a Division 85 case. That's in front of Judge Allen, pretrial conference, October 26th at 9 a.m., courtroom 4A.
Next person, Your Honor.
There's no offer.
For Brian, you refused.
All right.
Now, and then let your next court date, but call that number.
And Your Honor,
You're
on
welcome.
that one, he's on active community control according to DOC.
Mr.
Vidrine.
Vidrine.
Yes,
Okay,
Your
that's 20 MM 696. I will find a waiver of his appearance based upon his refusal to come to court. Would you like to enter a plea of not guilty?
Yes, Your Honor, if you could, I think now we need those affidavits in solvency. That's what my office was telling me this morning. Could we temporarily be appointed and maybe send him for a hearing?
And Mr. Vidrine, your office is already appointed.
Oh, it is? I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's okay.
Yes, I waived his
This is
appearance.
going to be in the rotation division, which is Division 84, pretrial conference, October 8th at 10 a.m. in courtroom 4B.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Sure. Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Tell me your name, please.
My name is Anthony LeBron.
And that's on the add-on docket, Your Honor.
Okay.
And it's a status hearing out of Osceola County.
Mr. LeBron, at this time, your bonds are to remain as set.
Does that mean, do I have a bond or?
You do. I believe it was 3,000.
150 and 100.
3,000, 150, and 100.
So
Those are your bonds, sir.
I can bond out?
Yes, you can. Well, I don't know if you have any other holds or not.
Can you confirm that?
Yes, he does. He has an Osceola County hold for a robbery by sudden snatching, a 20 CF 1512 case.
Is there a bond in that case?
No bond.
Is it a VOP?
It just says robbery sudden snatching.
What's the case number?
20 CF 1512.
Your Honor, that's set for trial September 29th.
Okay. Was the bond revoked?
Yeah, it's showing that it was revoked.
Thank you. Okay, that's what I wanted to know. All right, so you still are being held at no bond on the other Osceola County case, but you do have a bond on this Osceola County case.
Is there any way that you can reinstate my bond?
I cannot. You would have to have your lawyer file a bond motion in order for that to be considered. So I can't do it today. Your lawyer has to file a motion.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
All right.
Good morning, your name?
DeMarco Simpson.
Mr. Simpson, you were here in 20 MM 3706. See, note attached. Where's the note? Mr. Simpson, this is an out-of-county case from Brevard County. Mr. Simpson, did you want to enter a plea and resolve your case today?
How do I do that? I pled not guilty when I was down there.
Right. So it looks like you failed to appear for court for arraignment for the offense of obtaining food or lodging with intent to defraud. The judge in Brevard County has authorized, if you want to enter a plea today, for you to enter a plea of an adjudication of guilt and court costs. You do have restitution in the amount of $29.94 to the ale house if you wanted to accept the offer. So you'd be released today.
Yeah, I want to get released today. Yeah.
Oh, all right. Do you understand the offer?
Yeah.
All right. Did you read the plea form?
No, I haven't read it yet.
Can you take a moment and you can review the form and you can ask the public defender if you have any questions about it. Let me know when you're ready.
And Your Honor, may the state have a copy of,
Oh, right here. This is right here.
Of what?
may the state have a copy of the email that the court, I only
That's
have
fine, yeah, as long
something
as I
that
get
says
released.
he's to be ROR.
We did a little more. I don't think we did a lot more.
Yeah,
Thank
I'm
you.
sure.
Sure.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Mr. Simpson, any questions?
No. So since it's out of state, y'all won't be worrying about it. Basically, is what I'm saying.
What?
Since it's out of state, like it's not gonna be another warrant out for me, right? Since it's out of
Well,
state.
it wasn't out of state. It was in Brevard County, which is in Florida.
Right.
But the case will be over today.
Right. Yeah. Right. Yeah. Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes.
And are you on probation?
No, I'm not on probation.
Do you understand if you're not a U.S. citizen, this plea will result in your deportation?
Right.
Have you taken any drugs, alcohol, or medication this morning?
No.
All right, sir. I'll accept your plea, adjudicate you guilty, sentence you to, how many days does Mr. Simpson have?
What's today's date? I got here on the 14th.
4 days.
4 days. I'm going to sentence you to 4 days in jail with credit for 4 days time served. You are going to have to pay court costs, including the restitution amount of $29.94 to the Ale House at 5590 North Atlantic Avenue, 32931. Mr. Simpson, you have 30 days to appeal the judgment and sentence of the court in writing.
Got it.
You want me to hold on to this one too?
I'm gonna write this address down for you to put it in the order.
Okay.
You're finished, sir. Thank you.
Just, okay.
Good morning, your name?
Jamie Copeland.
What?
Jamie Copeland.
You're Mr. Copeland?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. This is a 33-day motion. I suppose this was Mr. Tamarkin's case. I'm not sure why Mr. Copeland was brought over for this hearing.
I'm not either, unless it was because Mr. No, I thought I saw Mr.
He was
Tamarkin
here this morning, but I told him he didn't need to be present because there was a 33-day motion and he had
Yes,
another
yeah.
hearing. So, Mr. Copeland, your lawyer was here this morning. Normally, the defendants are not brought over for these types of motions, so I had told your attorney he could leave because he had another hearing and I didn't expect you to be here.
Okay.
Okay, but could we address the motion?
And Your Honor, in Jamie Lavarda's Copeland 2020 CF 8239AO, a notice of non-filing was filed on September 16th.
All right, so that motion is going to be granted. Mr. Copeland, unless you have any other holds, you'll be released as to this case.
This case is the reason I had, it revoked my bonds that I was out on. So will my bonds be reinstated since this case was non-processed as it was thrown out?
You need to talk to Mr. Tumarkin about that.
Who is that?
Your lawyer.
He was only my lawyer on this case. I had two separate cases already that I was out on bond. Like I said, I was out on bond for.
Right.
I've already bonded out on them. And this case, when this case here happened, you know, they said I already knew it was going to be thrown out. It was.
And they revoked the other bond.
They revoked the other
So you'll
bonds.
have to have your lawyer now file a bond motion on those cases to see if the judge will reset a bond, and they can cite the fact that this case was not prosecuted by the state. But I don't have a motion in front of me today, so I can't do that. That's the rules.
Your Honor, just to be clear, it's just a notice of non-filing within the 33 days.
Oh, okay.
It is not a no bill. It's a notice of non-filing.
Thank you for that distinction, Ms. Bush.
We might have a few of those that's on here, but our docket doesn't tell us that it was a 33-day motion.
What?
It's not on our docket that it's a 33 motion and do not bring over there on there as if it was a motion.
Yeah, they get a different docket from us, because we get the JA docket, and
Yeah.
then we get the official docket from
Okay.
inmate records, so it's different.
Is it just, you guys, did you just pull him because it was an add-on? Is that why?
Yeah, because he's on our sheet for motions.
Okay, let me show you.
Okay. It's never happened before, that's why I'm just confused.
Yeah, it's the one that just left. Yes. Hang on, it was.
And they
Who
ran it.
makes this?
Oh, inmate records. See, they have them here. I can give you the first one, but they don't put them here. Okay.
All right. No problem. I just wondered what was going on because we've just never had that problem before, so.
It's a little crazy nowadays.
Okay. So, tell me your name.
Dennis Howe.
Oh, that goes in his case, single case.
And it looks like it's with all the add-on 33-day motions, Ms. Bush, is where that's coming from.
Is this Mr. Howe?
17 CF 2021.
I actually have Mr. Howe under a different case number, under 2020 CF 9844.
Maybe they put the wrong case number.
Is this Dennis Howe?
Junior?
The motion was Junior, Dennis Moore Howe Jr. Motion was filed by Robert Mandel,
Correct.
and it's under 2020 CF 9844. Is what I have on the docket.
Yeah, that's what it shows for the add-on. It has that case number.
I think he just put the wrong case number on his motion, because the motion that was given to the court is 2017 CF 2021. That's on the actual motion and order that was provided. But that case is closed, and it's the state of Florida versus Jose Rivera.
Yes, Your Honor, and in 2020 CF 9844AO, a notice of non-filing was filed on September 16, stating that we just are not filing within the 33 days, but we will be possibly filing charges later.
Okay, so just to be clear, and I have changed the case number on the order, and I've initialed that. Mr. Howe, I'm gonna grant this motion. The state of Florida has not made a charging decision on the case, so you'll be released to this case only. It doesn't mean that they can't still prosecute you for the case. It's still an open and active case. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Sir, good morning. Your name?
Maurice Leonard Reed.
Leonard Reed?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Maurice.
It's 20 CF 9343.
A notice of non-filing was filed on September 16th.
All right, Mr. Reed, you're going to be released as to this case. The state of Florida has not made a filing decision or a charging decision on the case. That doesn't mean that the case is over. It's still pending, and they're determining how they're going to proceed, okay? That you
Yes,
can still be
ma'am.
prosecuted for the case.
Ma'am, could I ask you a question?
Sure.
When I was arrested on this charge, I was out on bond.
Okay.
Is it any way I can get my bond reinstated?
So you need to have your lawyer file a bond motion as to that case that the bond was revoked on.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, your name?
Good morning. I'm Christopher Davalle, Joseph Davalle.
Okay.
Yes, Your Honor, this is, and I think we are admitted to 2 VOPs today out of Osceola.
Yes, I don't believe that the plea form has been signed.
I have it in front of me right now.
Great, okay.
Can I have a second?
Sure.
Thank you, Your Honor. She's explaining everything to you.
Yeah, I signed it like, yeah, I read these like 4 times already.
Right by the X.
Thank you, sir. Initial that.
This is a VLP, so all the court costs will have already been established.
Yeah, that's one. So you get 2 cases.
Right.
Okay. And then, same thing. Your Honor, I don't have the assistant state attorney. Can I approach again?
Sure.
Thank you.
Do we know the credit time served for Mr. Davalle?
It's 37 days as of today. That's what the attorney told first.
And that's for both cases?
Do you have those credit time served for both of his cases?
Your Honor, may I approach?
Sure. Yep. All right, Mr. Davalle, it's my understanding at this time you'd like to change your plea or your denial to an admission of violating your probation. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, you are on probation for the offenses of no valid driver's license and 19 CT 2797 and 19 CT 3673. Again, for no valid driver's license.
Yes, ma'am.
It's alleged that you have violated your probation by not paying your $50 per month toward your cost of supervision and your 30 hours of community service, and also not attending the driving while license suspended class. Is that your understanding of how you violated your probation?
Yes, ma'am, but due to COVID, my probation officer, basically, it was like a miscommunication. I couldn't reach him, but
Okay.
that's, you know.
I understand. Having said that, do you still want to continue with admitting you violated your probation, or would you
Yeah,
like
no,
to
I
have a
violated.
hearing?
I'll just let you know that's what happened.
Yes, 36 days.
36, okay. Thank you, Mr. Javali. Did you have an opportunity to review the plea form before signing it?
Yes.
Did you have an opportunity to ask your lawyer about all of the rights that you're giving up?
Yes.
Do you understand that if you are not a U.S. citizen, this plea will result in your deportation?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you under the influence of any drugs, alcohol, or medication?
No, ma'am.
At this time, I'm going to revoke and terminate your probation on each case. You are going to be sentenced to 36 days in the Orange County Jail with credit for 36 days time served. Those will run concurrent to one another. All of your outstanding costs of supervision must be paid to probation within 60 days of today's date. They must be paid through the Osceola County Collections Court. You must report to the Osceola County Clerk's Collections Court within 5 days of your release from custody to establish a payment plan, sir.
Okay.
You do have 30 days to appeal the judgment and sentence of the court in writing. Do you have any questions about anything that we've talked about this morning?
Besides, the courts are open, right, for clients, for everybody to walk in?
That
Okay.
you need to I would call the clerk of the court in
Okay.
Osceola County and ask them what you need to do.
Okay, perfect.
Okay? You can always try to go. If they don't let you in, I would get some sort of proof that I tried to go.
Okay, perfect. But I'm
Okay.
released today after everything?
As to these cases.
Okay.
I don't know what other holds you may
Oh,
have.
no. I don't get, yeah, that's everything. All right, thank you, man. You
All
have a
right.
blessed day. Thank you, guys.
Your Honor, does the court know if that was maintaining a withhold, or was it an adjudication?
Oh, I thought it was an adjudication.
I couldn't find it in the email, so, and I didn't.
Prior adjudication of guilt shall be affirmed.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, your name?
Lamar Jordan.
What is it?
Lamar V. Jordan.
Judge, he has a,
Your
his
Honor?
attorney would like to be called.
I have a public defender at my office. She reached out to me. I believe she's supposed to get a phone call and do this plea over the phone.
I have Jordan Holmes is who is the public defender on the case.
Yeah, that's the public defender, yes.
Okay, can we call them? Thank you.
Okay.
Is this Lamar Jordan?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, that the judge has approved the plea.
Could I get his, card of time served, please? Good morning, this is Judge Carter.
Hi, good morning. Jordan Holmes on behalf of Lamar Jordan.
Good morning, Ms. Holmes. Mr. Jordan, could you please raise your right hand to be sworn in?
Do you solemnly swear and affirm the testimony you're about to give should be the truth, the whole truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Sir, this is an out-of-county plea from Seminole County, 20 CT 220. It's my understanding that you would like to change your plea from not guilty to no contest for the offense of driving a motor vehicle without a valid driver's license. The negotiated agreement approved by Judge Rexeidler is an adjudication of guilt, 20 days in jail with credit for time served, cost of prosecution, cost of defense, and court costs, which will be reduced to a judgment. Is that your understanding of the agreement?
Yes, Your Honor.
Is that what you would like to do today?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you have an opportunity to read the plea form before court?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you have any questions about any of the rights in the plea form that you're giving up?
No, ma'am.
Did you have an opportunity to talk about this case with a lawyer?
Yes, ma'am.
And were they able to answer all of your questions?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you on probation?
No, ma'am.
Do you understand if you're not a U.S. citizen, this plea will result in your deportation?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you under the influence of any drugs, alcohol, or medication?
No, ma'am.
I will accept your plea, adjudicate you guilty, sentence you to,
I think it's 26, Your Honor.
It's for the Seminole County case?
Yes, ma'am.
right.
Only 14 days.
My notes say that they thought he had 20 days as of Friday, September 11th.
They added this on him on September 3rd. The FTA no valid driver's license?
Came in on the 27th.
Maybe they were counting
you
days
came in
that he
on
had
the
in Seminole.
27th on our case, on Orange County case. But on the out-of-county warrant, it was on September 3rd. They added that on.
But he had time
I got
in
time in.
Seminole County on
Oh,
the
I don't-
original.
Yes,
Oh,
ma'am.
I don't have that information for Seminole County.
I think that's where this comes from. These notes come from the state attorney in Seminole County who provides that information. And this is what would be approved by Judge Rex Seidler. So they believe he had 20 days as of Friday, September 11th. So I'm going to sentence you to 20 days with credit for 20 days time served. You're going to have to pay the cost of prosecution, cost of defense, and court costs. Those will all be reduced to a judgment.
Okay.
You have 30 days to appeal the judgment and sentence of the court in writing.
Okay.
Mr. Lamar, do you have any questions?
Only question is, will I be getting released today, right?
I don't know. Does Mr. Jordan have any other holds?
Sarge, I think that this should be his only case. I know that it does show one undisclosed hold, and I can't see what that is, but I think it's just for this case.
Yeah, he doesn't have any holds.
You don't have any other
No,
holds.
no.
And then, Ms. Holmes, with respect to the 20 days, that's your understanding as well, that the information that's provided here was approved by the judge with the 20 days of the credit time served?
Yes, Judge.
Okay, all right, then I think we're finished. Thank you.
Your Honor, I do note that that was as of September 11th, and today is September the 17th. And
So that'd
that's
be-
why the state was saying 26 days.
I gotcha, okay.
Judge, may I just real quickly, I know that we referenced the plea form on the record. Seminole County does not use forms on misdemeanors, so there will not be a written plea form in this case. I just wanted to make sure the record was.
Right, and we haven't been using the plea forms here in Orange County during the COVID pandemic, but I do require them to review the plea form with all the rights that are listed before we
Right.
take the plea. But no, you're correct, there will
Okay.
not be a plea form that will be entered into the court file.
Okay, I was worried about that. Okay, thank
No
you so
problem.
much. Judge.
All right, thank you, Ms. Holmes. Thank you, sir. What about Mariah Lattimore?
She was on an additional add-on docket that went out this morning. They don't get the email from JA. And that was a JA email.
We got one email this morning from Pacheco, and she's not on that docket.
She's on my docket.
This like, it looks like this, correct?
She sent an additional one
Well, what
later,
time was that?
right before court.
Oh, well, once we get off the computer, we don't really, unless somebody tell us, we don't get back on it to see if they send out emails.
I didn't get that one either.
We got it.
But I mean, it depends where she at, we could go get her if she's right downstairs.
Okay, you need her information?
Yeah.
We can put her in the afternoon too, that's okay.
You want to put her to the afternoon?
Sure.
Okay.
And she has an attorney that needs to be called.
Right, I have that here.
Okay.
Okay, I'm gonna set this here, set this here.
And then the 33 days. You have more cases over there?
Nope.
Okay.
All right, and then we just have the 33-day motions. Ms. Bush, were you ready on those?
Yes, Your Honor, if I may have just a moment to pull the sheet. and move Miss Lattimore over here.
And then I can send it to the packet.
And what was the name?
On this one?
Oh, good afternoon. I'm Judge Carter. If I could have the state and the public defender place their appearances on the record, please.
Good afternoon, Edith Bush for the Office of the State Attorney.
Thomas Koch, Public Defender's Office.
All right. And then I guess we're going to recall 20 CF 1161? Is that the case?
11260.
11260. Ms. Bush, this was the one we rolled from this morning regarding the probable cause.
Yes, Your Honor, and we were awaiting the jurat, and I've provided the court and defense counsel with the jurat.
When you first came in, it was the first paper.
There it is.
Okay.
Okay.
That was the deputy that was somewhere in this building or next
Yes.
door.
Appears that the statute number is incorrect on the affidavit.
On which count, Your Honor?
On the kidnapping.
Thought I printed the statute.
The one that's in the affidavit is Florida Statute 787.01, and when I looked that up, that's oh no, they've cited 1A. Okay. Ms. Bush, did you want to be heard with respect to bond as to that count?
Yes, Your Honor. Your Honor, the state would ask the court to take into consideration the facts contained within the incident report, of which the court has just received the jurat for the incident report. Those facts were provided by the victim in this matter. The victim has an intimate knowledge of Mr. Benchamal and identified him as the individual that did take her from one position, one location to another location, and then did falsely imprison her. the state would ask that the court find that proof is evident or presumption is great based on the facts contained within that report and hold him at no bond as to count 1 kidnapping.
Did the defense want to respond to that argument?
Only that proof evident, presumption great, Your Honor, just heavier burden than beyond a reasonable doubt.
Is it your position the state has not met that burden?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Based on what fact?
Just from the original, I know I got provided in the court, the additional jurat signed by the officer, but just from that original 4 corners of the original arrest affidavit.
I do find that there is probable cause for the offense, or the offenses. But I do not think that the state has met their burden to establish that there is proof evident or presumption great based upon the information in the affidavit. Bond on count 1 is going to be set at $25,000. Bond on count 2 will be set at $5,000. Bond on count 3, $150. Bond on count 4, $150. Bond on count 5, $150. Sir, you are not to have any contact with the victim. You are not to return to the residence. You are not to possess any weapons or firearms. That order does include your children, so your lawyer will have to file a motion to have that modified to see if the judge will modify that. You're also to comply with any DCF requests or investigations. Do you have any questions about anything that I've ordered? All right, sir, thank you. You file that with
And, Your Honor, may I approach the clerk with just the notice of invocation?
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Are you Mariah Lattimore? Yes, ma'am. Good morning, or good afternoon. Good afternoon. And then could you tell me what Ms. Lattimore's credit time served is? Please?
15.
15, thank you very much.
Calling the attorney now, Judge.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Read the whole thing? Read the whole thing?
I'm trying to find out right now. Oh, okay.
Because I'm here for credit time, sir.
Yeah, I'm
Okay.
I had put her packet aside and I'm just looking for it.
Okay. I think this is a public defender though anyway, so public defender's here. Mr. Couch, are you covering the Lattimore matter for your office?
I don't believe so, Your Honor. I know this was reset. I haven't been notified on this. Do you have the public defender's name by chance?
It's Elinette Oquendo Perez. They would be an Osceola County lawyer.
And we just tried to call her twice.
Yeah, I am unaware of this one, Your Honor.
Can you look and stack to see if it's one of your cases, please?
Just can I get the case number again, Your Honor?
It's 2019 CT 0944.
448. Thank you.
No, it's not AO
Oh.
because it's an Osceola case.
Oh, okay.
Oh. Try again.
Do you need a copy of this?
Oh, I see. Yes, Your Honor, we do represent Ms. Lattimore. I guess,
Okay, well then do you want to stand in for your colleague for the
Yes.
plea?
yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Lattimore, it's my understanding at this time you would like to enter an admission to your violation of probation. You are on probation for the offense of driving without a valid driver's license. It is alleged, ma'am, that you violated your probation by failing to report as directed, not paying your $50 per month towards your cost of supervision, not paying your court fines and court costs, and not doing your community service.
Yes, ma'am.
The negotiated agreement and that which was approved by Judge Arendis was to revoke and terminate your probation, sentence you to 10 days in jail, and have you pay any of your outstanding costs, including your cost of supervision, which is $200, and it will need to be paid within 60 days. Is that your understanding of the agreement?
Yes, ma'am.
And you would like to admit at this time that you violated your probation? Did you have a chance to review an admission form that details all of the constitutional rights that you're giving up?
I spoke with Ms. Perez and she told me that I would be just waiving my right to do a hearing or something.
Correct, to have a violation of probation hearing to make the state of Florida prove that you violated your probation. Is that what you'd like to do today, waive those rights?
To accept the 10-day offer?
Yes.
I did.
All right. Ma'am, at this time, I'm going to accept your admission, revoke and terminate your probation, sentence you to 15 days in the Orange County Jail. You have credit for 15 days time served. You're going to have to pay all of your back court costs, including the cost of supervision, and those will need to be paid within 60 days. I'll have you report to the Osceola County Clerk of Court to determine a payment plan. You'll need to do that within 5 days of your release from custody.
Yes, ma'am.
And you have 30 days to appeal the judgment and sentence of the court in writing.
Okay.
All right, thank you, Ms. Lattimore.
I have a question. Would I
Yes,
be
ma'am.
released today or how long?
Does Ms. Lattimore have any other holds?
No.
No, ma'am, you'll be released today.
Okay, thank you.
All right, you're
Do I
welcome.
need any documentation or anything?
No, she was previously adjudicated.
Okay.
Thank you. Tell me your name.
Lonnie Chapel.
Are we bringing over Mr. McLean's client? Oh, Mr. McLean, do you need more time, sir?
Yeah, just a little bit.
You let us know when you're ready.
All right, that's fine.
How about Felicia Manco? Felicia Manco. It's a, she refused, okay. I'm gonna find a waiver of her appearance based upon her refusal to come to court. In case number 20MM3316, she failed to appear for court. Her bond is $500. I'm not gonna take any action on the out on bond case. I apologize, sir. Tell me your name again.
Lonnie Chapel.
Mr. Chappell, you are here in 20MM 6778. You were arrested for battery. There's probable cause. I'm going to appoint the public defender to represent you. You're not to return to the scene or have any contact with the victim. Your bond is $500, sir. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am, please. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Your name?
Jessica Franklin.
Ms. Franklin, you're here in 20MM 6773. You were arrested for the offense of petty theft.
Correct.
There is probable cause. I'm going to appoint the public defender to represent you. You're not to return to Macy's. Your bond is $500, and I'm not going to take any action on the Osceola County case.
Okay, thank you.
ma'am.
You with me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yep. You're welcome.
Good afternoon, sir. Your name?
My name is Antoine Harrison.
Mr. Harrison, you were here in 20MM 237. You were arrested for trespass on property after warning. There is probable cause. I'll appoint the public defender to represent you. Is there an offer for Mr. Harrison?
Yes, Your Honor, it's an adjudication of guilt. 2 days, Orange County Jail, 2 days credit time served, no return to any UCF property. Abide by all trespass warnings and no contact with witnesses and court costs.
Mr. Harrison, do you want to accept the plea?
I said,
Excuse me?
what he is?
He said he wants to accept the offer. You're right.
All right. Mr. Harrison, did you read the plea form?
Is this a plea form?
Yes. Can I have a moment, Your Honor?
Sure.
Your Honor, he wishes not to take the offer today.
All right, Mr. Harrison, your bond is $500, sir.
I'll take it. I'll take it. Take the plea.
Okay. Did you read the plea form?
Yeah, I'll read it.
Do you have any questions about any of the rights that you're giving up?
Yeah.
What's your question?
I'll take the plea.
Do you have Judge asked you, do you have any questions?
Yeah.
You have a question?
No.
You don't have any questions?
Mr. Harrison, do you have any questions about the plea form that you just read?
No.
Are you on probation?
No.
Do you understand that if you are not a U.S. citizen, this plea will result in your deportation?
All right.
Are you under the influence of any drugs, alcohol, or medication?
No.
I will accept your plea, adjudicate you guilty, sentence you to 2 days in jail. You have credit for 2 days' time served. You're not to return to the UCF properties or have any contact with the witnesses. You'll have to pay court costs. Those will be due by September 17th of 2021. You have 30 days to appeal the judgment and sentence of the court in writing, sir. Thank you. Good afternoon, your name?
Eddie Mathis.
Mr. Mathis, this is 20 MM 6776. You were arrested for petty theft. There is probable cause. I'll appoint the public defender to represent you. And Ms. Bush, is there an offer for Mr. Mathis?
Yes, Your Honor. Keeping in mind that he has a prior theft conviction, the state's offer is an adjudication of guilt, 5 days Orange County Jail, 2 days credit time served, no contact with witnesses, no return to the scene, which is the J.C. Penney's on South Orange Blossom Trail, abide by all trespass warnings and court costs.
Mr. Mathis, do you want to accept the offer?
I couldn't hear her. I'm sorry.
That's okay.
She said,
So the offer is an adjudication of guilt, 5 days in jail. You can't go back to J.C. Penney, and you have to abide by the trespass warning.
yes, I'm fine with that. I'm not. It's fine. Thank you. I accept the offer.
You want to accept that offer?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you read the plea form before court?
Yes, I did.
Do you have any questions about any of the rights that you're giving up?
No, I just would like for a copy of the court cost for my license, because when I got arrested, they told me that it was indefinitely something. I don't know, but they say only until I pay the court cost. So I know y'all add them. I'll do that.
I don't know about anything about your driver's license, but when you're released, you'll get a copy of the court minutes today that will reflect your court costs.
Okay.
Okay?
Yeah.
Are you on probation?
No.
Do you understand that if you're not a U.S. citizen, this plea will result in your deportation?
Yes.
Are you under the influence of any drugs, alcohol, or medication?
No.
I'll accept your plea, adjudicate you guilty, sentence you to 5 days in jail. You have credit for 2. You're not to return to the J.C. Penney or have any contact with the witnesses, and you must abide by the trespass warning. You'll have to pay court costs due by September 17th of 2021. You have 30 days to appeal the judgment and sentence of the court in writing.
Okay.
You'll need to be printed. Thank you, sir.
Are you a public defender?
Yes.
I didn't.
Good morning. Good afternoon. Are you Mr. Moore?
Yes, ma'am. Richard Moore. Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Moore, this is 20 MM 6767. You were arrested for trespass after warning in a conveyance.
Trespassing?
Yes, sir. There's probable cause. Ms. Bush, do you have an offer for Mr. Moore?
Yes, Your Honor. It's an adjudication of guilt, 2
I
days
didn't hear
Orange
it.
County Jail, 2 days credit time served, no contact with any witnesses, no return to the scene,
I was
which is
here
the West
back in
Side
March, I
Plaza,
think.
and abide by all trespass warnings and court costs.
Mr. Moore, the offer this afternoon would be an adjudication of guilt, 2 days in jail with credit for 2 days time served, and you can't go back to the West Side Plaza. Did you want to accept that offer?
What'd you say?
Can I just have 1 second? She said if you want to finish and plea out today, you found guilty 2
I'm
days.
guilty.
And you have credit for 2 days. You have to do court costs, and you can't return that location. Judge asked you if you want to take that off every day.
What is it again? I'm sorry. Can you hear me, ma'am?
Mr. Moore, can you hear me better?
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Oh, good. Okay, so the offer is an adjudication of guilt, 2 days in jail with credit for 2 days time served, and you can't go back to the West Side Plaza.
Where I was at?
That was where you were arrested, correct?
Right. Is there any way I got I got several family members that can come get me.
Okay.
Is there any way I could get somebody to call them?
Well, I think they'll let you use the phone.
Okay. Can I stay one more night? I just need to. I have no shoes. I have no pants. I have no shirts. I have no jacket. Everything was stolen. I can get somebody over here, but I got nothing to wear.
Sure.
Nothing at all. I don't even have under.
Mr. Moore, I need you to keep your mask up. I know it's uncomfortable, but
Okay.
thank you very much.
Okay.
Ms. Bush, did you want to modify your offer?
Just one night.
Yes, Your Honor.
Long as I have a bed, will I have a bed?
I don't know how they'll house you.
They'll house them with this house at.
Okay, you'll stay where you are.
I'll just stay where I'm at for one night. I mean, does that have a bed?
Ms. Bush, he was just convicted of a trespass on March 8th of this year.
I'm sorry, what?
And, Your Honor, I do understand that he will get all of those items when he's released, plus a bus ticket, but.
Oh, okay.
However, the state will make the offer an adjudication 5 days, 2 days credit time served.
How's that, Mr. Moore?
What's that now? Can I
5
stay
days.
tonight?
Yes.
I can't hear you. Okay.
Yes, sir. You would be staying again tonight.
Stay tonight.
Mm-hmm.
You get me some clothes.
They're going to give you those, and they're also going to give you a bus ticket when you're released.
Okay, great. But I can use the phone. They're gonna take me down. You're gonna take me downstairs
When you get released.
where I was
When you get released,
and get a bed.
Yes, sir.
I can use the phone there. Is it free?
Yes, you'll be able to use the phone.
And you'll be able to get me some clothes tonight.
They'll get you some clothes.
Okay. What about the money that was stolen?
I don't know anything about that, Mr. Moore.
Yeah, I had
Whatever's
like-
in your property will be returned to you.
I had a lot of money stolen.
Okay.
So, Your Honor.
But and I had TV stolen and cell phones stolen and all kinds of stuff stolen. But as long as I get clothes and a bus ticket to,
Did you come to the jail in clothes?
yeah.
Oh, well, you'll get those clothes back.
No, they threw those away today. Today, yeah. They were just, I've been on the ground. I've been homeless for 3 months.
They'll give them at least,
Do you understand the new offer?
They're not going to release them naked. Okay.
Do what?
All right, so Mr. Moore, did you want to accept the offer?
All right, say the offer again.
It's an adjudication of guilt, 5 days in jail with credit for 2 days' time served.
So I'm gonna stay in jail 3 more days?
You'll stay in jail for 2 more days.
2 more days? With a bed?
Yep.
Okay. And I can get clothes later?
Yes, yes, sir.
I mean, when I go down there?
Yes.
Do I owe you any money or
You're going to owe court costs, yes.
how much is that?
How much are the court costs?
$273.
$273.
Can you, if I give you my checking account number, can you
No, sir.
take it out?
Nope, you'll have to go down to the clerk of the court and they'll be able to help you.
Well, I don't have any ID.
Well, that's okay, they'll still take your money.
Well, can they give me a picture ID?
You'll have to talk with someone downtown about that.
I have no way of getting that kind of money.
Mr. Moore, I can't solve all of these problems for you this afternoon, but I want to help you resolve this case. So do you want to enter the plea?
Yeah, I'm guilty.
Okay.
So I'm gonna stay 2 more nights
Yes, sir.
down with the bed.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, let's move. Can we move on from that? Because I answered that already. Okay? Mr.
But
Moore?
I get no money.
No, Mr. Moore.
Okay. All right, it's nice. I apologize again for.
That's okay.
It's just, bad judgment on my part.
Mr. Moore,
again.
okay, just a second. Mr. Moore, just a second. Mr. Moore.
Oh, I'm sorry. I
That's
apologize.
Mr. Moore, I'm going to accept your plea, adjudicate you guilty. You're not on probation, are you, sir?
No, ma'am.
All right. Sentence you to 5 days in jail. You have credit for 2. You can't go back to the West Side Plaza, the place where you were arrested. You're going to have to pay your court costs, which will be due by September 17th of 2021, and you have 30 days to appeal the judgment and sentence of the court.
So it's due,
I'm sorry, Your Honor.
You didn't need to say anything?
No, Your Honor, I had gone ahead to the next case.
Okay. All right, Mr. Moore, thank you, sir.
September what?
What?
I have how long to pay it?
1 whole year.
I'm sorry, here.
A year.
Oh, okay. And I can mail that in or
Yes, you can.
what you say?
Yes, you can.
To this
To the clerk of the court, yes.
200 and what?
$73. You're gonna get this all in paperwork. It'll be all written down for you.
Okay.
When you're
All right,
released.
you're gonna give me paperwork
We
on all
are.
this?
Yes, for
Okay,
sure.
again, I apologize, ladies.
Okay.
It's good seeing you. God bless you. Thank you, sir.
Yes, I'll do that.
Takes me back to my.
Good.
Ma'am, good afternoon. Your name?
My name is Sonia Reyes.
Are you also known as Jacqueline Pacheco?
No, I'm always Sonia Reyes.
Oh, okay. And then what about Javar Reed? Okay. All right, Ms. Reyes, I do have your paperwork. It was just buried down here. I'll get with you in just a second. And 20 MM 6772,
I can't breathe.
Jacqueline Pacheco was arrested for trespass on property after warning. There's probable cause.
I can't breathe.
Ma'am?
I can't breathe, ma'am. I don't have a left lung, and I gotta wear this mask. I can't breathe.
Okay, all right. Just hang tight, okay? Just can you keep it up near your mouth? Maybe hold it like this a little bit.
Like this?
Okay. I'm gonna come back to Mr. Reed. Ms. Reyes, this is case number 20MM 6771. You were arrested for trespass on property after warning. There is probable cause, and I'll appoint the public defender.
I don't remember none of that. When?
Ma'am, your
What
bond
year?
is $500. I'm not taking any action
No,
on
that
the
can't
out
be
on bond
possible.
case. Thank you, ma'am.
Where? Am I done?
Yep.
Thank you.
Okay. So Ms. Pacheco was arrested for trespass on property after warning. There's probable cause. I'm appointing the public defender. She's not to return to Publix. The bond is $500. And then Mr. Reed also, I'm waiving his appearance based upon his refusal to come to court. And that is in 20 MM 6777. He was arrested for defrauding an innkeeper. There is probable cause. He's not to return to the artisans table. I'll appoint the public defender. Bond is $500. Good afternoon. Mr. McLean, would you just place your appearance on the record, please?
Yes, good afternoon, Your Honor. Tim McLean, on behalf of Dolores Talbert, who is present, standing to my right.
Yes, this is case number 20 CF 10673. Mr. Talbert, you were arrested pursuant to a probable cause warrant for the offenses of attempted first-degree murder with a firearm, attempted felony murder, shooting from a vehicle within 1,000 feet of a person, shooting or throwing a missile into a dwelling, structure, or vehicle, 2 counts. Ms. Bush, were you asking to be heard with respect to count 1?
Yes, Your Honor. And Mr. McLean and I spoke about this. The state is going to ask the court to find that proof is evident or presumption is great based on the facts contained within the affidavit to issue the arrest warrant, which is a sworn document. The facts contained in that affidavit include various vehicle dash cams, surveillance videos, and other investigative means. Surveillance videos, which include the surveillance videos at the hospital when Mr. Talbert and co-defendant brought the victim to the hospital. The state would ask the court to find that proof is evident or presumption is great that Mr. Dolores Talbert is the person that was ultimately identified along with his co-defendant as the individuals involved in the shooting in Apopka and the shooting which ended up taking the life of the victim in this matter, and hold him at no bond as to count 1. It's the state's understanding that he is entitled to a bond as to the remaining counts, Your Honor.
Mr. McLean, did you want to respond?
Yes, ma'am, Your Honor. I would ask the court not to find evidence presumption great, or as to count one. Pursuant to the affidavit, there is no evidence on the dash cam that was presented or collected by police capturing the shooting. It only captures the driving pattern of the white BMW. It is clear who the shooter is in this incident. It was the passenger. According to the affidavit, it was the shooter. I mean, it was the passenger to the white BMW, not the driver. It is the affidavit suggests that my client was the driver, but it doesn't capture the shooting as to whether or not they were defending themselves or anything to that effect. And there was no murder victim here. There was the victim in this case was with my client and survived, and is believed to be shot by the people in the other vehicle. So we don't know whether or not this was a self-defense or a stand your ground situation, because the dash cams only capture the driving pattern leading up to the intersection where the shooting began, and nothing more. And I would ask the court to at least don't find evidence presumption great. That can be hashed out at an author hearing later down the road. And I would ask for a bond reasonable, conducive to the charge that's been levied against my client. It is attempted first-degree murder. I understand a bond of that magnitude, bond in such a charge could be pretty steep, but I would at least ask for a bond in that case, based on the fact that there's no evidence in the affidavit that he was the shooter, and the dash cam that were collected by police officers did not capture the actual shooting. And there's no deceased victim. The victim survived. The victim was riding in the car with my client.
And Your Honor, the state does apologize for that statement.
Okay.
No, I know it was I know she misspoke, because we had talked about it.
You just wanted to clarify. I understand.
Yes, ma'am.
And I've read the affidavit. I do believe that the state has met their burden at this point with respect to count one to establish that there is proof evident or presumption great. I'm going to leave bond at that, at none as to that count. Mr. McLean, this is in Division 14, so you can file a bond motion in Division 14
Yes, ma'am.
to see if the judge would like to exercise discretion in granting a bond
Yes, ma'am.
as to that count. And then on counts 2, 3, 4, and 5, I'm going to set bond on count 2 at $10,000. Bond on count 3, I will set at $150. Bond on count 4, $150. Bond on count 5, $150. Mr. Talbert, you are not to have any contact with the victim or witnesses in this case or your co-defendant. You are not to possess any weapons or firearms, sir. Thank you. Good afternoon, sir. Your name?
Clayton Strawn.
Sir, this is 20MM6780. You were arrested for battery. There is probable cause. I'm going to appoint the public defender to represent you. You're not to possess any weapons or firearms. You're not to have any contact with the victim. Your bond is $500, sir.
Yes,
Thank
ma'am.
you.
Could I ask you a question?
Can I have a moment, Your Honor?
Sure.
To answer your question.
Y'all look at me.
Oh.
Your Honor, can we just keep it open for a second there, getting him, we could go to Mr.
Sure, no problem. Good afternoon, sir. You're Mr. Bruce? Yes? You have two cases. I'll appoint the public defender to represent you in both. In 20 CT 9418, you were arrested pursuant to a probable cause warrant for grand theft, third degree, dealing in stolen property, false verification of ownership, and receiving money from a pawnbroker by false verification. You are not to have any contact with the victim. You're not to return to the pawn shop. And in 20 CF 9417, you failed to appear, oh, I'm sorry, that's a probable cause capias for grand theft, third degree. You're not to have any contact with the victim. I'm going to place you on pretrial release at this time, Mr. Bruce. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Yeah. Later today. Thank you.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good afternoon, sir. Tell me your name.
Ryan Scott Oakley.
Well, Mr. Oakley, you were here in 20 MO 922. You were arrested for open container. Ms. Bush, do you have an offer for Mr. Oakley?
I actually am representing myself. You know, I'd like.
I didn't appoint the public defender to represent you.
Oh, okay. I'm a little hard of hearing, by the way. I'll just let you know that.
Oh, we have a headset we can give you so that you can
Okay,
hear.
I'll give it a shot.
It's an adjudication of guilt, 2 days Orange County Jail, 2 days credit time served, and court costs.
All right. Mr. Oakley, can you hear me?
Yes, it's not on yet. Okay, excellent.
Can you hear me better?
No, but I'll manage. I'll manage. I'll be fine.
Okay, so the offer from the state is an adjudication of guilt, 2 days in jail with credit for 2 days time served.
Yes, I am guilty. I'll accept. Yes.
All right, sir. Did you read the plea form before court?
No.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Let me know when you're finished and let me know if you have any questions.
Well, your time is valuable. I'll just.
Well, these are your rights, so why don't you take a look at the form and let me
Okay.
know when you're finished, okay? I'm not
Okay.
in a hurry.
Okay. And by the way, I am running for President of the United States of America, and I understand that they're giving y'all mandatory sentences, so I stand for the judges. Because they declare me mentally competent when psychiatry declares me mentally ill. Is it okay to take a copy of this with me? Because
They'll give you a copy, sure.
I do have something important to say. I was actually supposed to be in court this morning at 9 a.m. in Sanford. So what happens there? Because
Well, they may have issued a failure to appear for you, Mr. Oakley.
but obviously there won't be a warrant out for my arrest, right? This is a valid excuse.
Well, that's something you're going to have to take up with Seminole County. But right now, Mr. Oakley, do you want to accept the state's offer?
Yes, I accept.
Okay, I accept your plea, adjudicate you guilty, sentence you to 2 days in jail. You have credit for 2 days time served. You'll have to pay court costs. Those will be due by September 17th of 2021, and you have 30 days to appeal the judgment and sentence, sir. Thank you.
All right, I'm sure I won't be able to pay those. I'm a disciple of Jesus Christ. Is it possible to get
Yeah,
a copy?
take that.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Carter. Thank
You're
y'all.
welcome, sir. Good afternoon, sir. Your name?
Said Jimenez Calderon.
Mr. Calderon, this is 20 CF 11193. You were arrested for possession of cocaine with intent to distribute, possession of Xanax, possession of OxyContin, possession of cannabis less than 20 grams, possession of MDMA, and possession of drug paraphernalia. There is probable cause, and I'll appoint the public defender to represent you in that case, as well as 20 CF 11195, where you were arrested for aggravated assault with a firearm and improper exhibition of a weapon or firearm. Bond on count 1 of that case will be $2,500. Bond on count 2 will be $100. In 11193, bond on count 1 will be $5,000. Bond on counts 2, 3 is $150. Bond on count 4 is $100. Bond on count 5 is $150. Bond on count 6 is $100. You're not to possess or consume any controlled substances without a valid prescription. Hold on a second. gonna keep the bond the same on 11195, but I'm gonna place you on pretrial release in 11193, and you'll have a random urinalysis testing, sir.
So did you want to do bond and PTR
No,
or just
PTR
PTR?
on the drug case.
Okay, so it's RUAs through PTR.
He's on PTR.
Oh, he's on,
So
okay.
there's no bond on that case? There's PTR and lieu of bond on that case. Thank you.
The next person, Your Honor, Callahan Bonded.
Okay. Good afternoon, are you Mr. Campbell?
How you doing?
Mr. Campbell, you have several cases this afternoon. I will appoint the public defender to represent you in all of them. In 20 CF 11259, you were arrested for carjacking, aggravated fleeing, and attempting to elude, trafficking in methamphetamines greater than 14 grams, possession of methamphetamine with intent, and possession of drug paraphernalia. I do not find probable cause as to count 1. Did you want to be heard, Ms. Bush?
The state is not going to make a request, Your Honor.
Okay. So he will be ROR'd as to count 1. Bond on count 2 is going to be $10,000. Bond on count 3 is $10,000. Bond on count 4 is $5,000. Bond on count 5 is $100. You're not to possess or consume any controlled substances without a valid prescription. You do have an out-of-county case for violation of probation out of Marion County. That bond will be set at none, as well as in Seminole County. You have 2 cases for violations of probation. Those bonds will be set at none as well. I'll appoint the public defender on the out-of-county cases to assist you in coordinating with the respective counties, sir. Thank you.
Your Honor, may I have just a moment to speak the point?
Sure.
Deputy, can you sign this quickly?
Good afternoon, your name?
Devontae Charles.
Mr. Childs, you were here in 20 CF 11240. You were arrested for possession of ecstasy, possession of methamphetamine, and possession of cannabis less than 20 grams. There is probable cause. I will appoint the public defender to represent you. I'm going to release you on your own recognizance at this time, sir. You're not to possess or consume any controlled substances without a valid prescription. Thank you.
Okay.
Good afternoon, sir. Your name?
Good afternoon.
Are you Mr. Creighton?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Creighton, you are here in 20 CF 11237. You were arrested for petty theft with 2 prior convictions. There is probable cause. I'm going to appoint the public defender to represent you. You are not to return to Walmart. I'm going to release you on your own recognizance at this time, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Take this with you, Mr. Gray. You can call the public defender's office. Take it, okay? Okay. Thank you.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Give us just a moment to bring Mr. Matthews around from the side.
Oh, sure. Have a nice day.
Take care, Your Honor. Everybody else have a good day.
Good afternoon. Tell me your name.
Oh, yes, Miss Carter. My name is William Matthews.
How about Mr. Gomez? I'm going to find a waiver of Mr. Gomez's appearance based upon his refusal to come to court in 20 CF 11255. I'll appoint the public defender to represent him. Bond on count 1 is $1,000. Bond on count 2 is $150. Mr. Matthews, you were arrested in 20 CF 11245 for escape, possession of MDMA, 2 counts, resisting officer without violence, possession of drug paraphernalia, providing false ID to law enforcement, and possession of olazapam. I do find probable cause. I'll appoint the public defender to represent you. You are not to possess or consume any controlled substances without a valid prescription.
Yes, ma'am.
You will be tested through pretrial release,
Okay.
and I'm going to place you on pretrial release at this time.
You're getting released. On PTR. Take this one. Got everything. PTR.
Oh my God, Miss Carter. Jesus.
Call that number when you get out, okay?
Okay, thank
Yep.
you.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Your name?
Cassidy McConnell.
Ms. McConnell, you are here. You have 3 cases. I'll appoint the public defender to represent you in all of them. In 20 CF 11249, you were arrested for grand theft of a motor vehicle. There is probable cause. Your bond is $1,000. In 20 CF 10489, you were arrested pursuant to a probable cause warrant for grand theft of a motor vehicle and petty theft. Your bond is $1,000 on count 1 and $500 on count 2. And in 20 CF 11251, you were arrested for driving with license revoked as a habitual offender, and your bond is going to be $1,000. You're not to drive without a valid driver's license. Thank you, ma'am. Good afternoon. Your name?
Malik Moulton.
Mr. Moten, this is 20 CF 11248. You were arrested for grand theft of a motor vehicle. There's probable cause. I'll appoint the public defender. Your bond is $1,000, sir. Thank you. Good afternoon, sir. Your name?
Thomas Arthur William Pugh, Your Honor.
Mr. Pugh, you're here in 20 CF 9677. You were arrested for petty theft with 2 prior convictions pursuant to a probable cause habeas. I will appoint the public defender to represent you. You are not to return to Home Depot. I am going to release you on your own recognizance at this time, sir.
Your Honor, I did 6 months. I did 6 months for this a year ago, Your Honor.
Okay, so that's something you're going to want to talk to your lawyer about. I don't have that information today, but you will be released from the jail today. You should call the number that the lawyer is going to give you
Yes,
and make an
ma'am.
appointment to speak with them about what you're telling me.
Yes, ma'am.
All right?
Yes, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Don't forget your paperwork.
Thank you.
Yep, yep.
Good afternoon. Your name?
John Poole.
Mr. Poole, you were arrested in 20 CF 11244 for possession of MDMA with intent to sell or deliver, possession of MDMA, and possession of drug paraphernalia. There's probable cause. I'll appoint the public defender to represent you. Bond on count 1 is $2,500, bond on count 2, $150, bond on count 3, $100. Thank you, sir. Oh, Mr. Poole, you're not to possess or consume any controlled substances without a valid prescription.
Yes, you can follow that. You can get on it.
Oh, thank you. Sorry about that. Good afternoon. Your name?
Alfredo Rivera.
Mr. Rivera, you are here in case number 20 CF 11241. You were arrested for possession of synthetic cannabinoids. There is probable cause. I'll appoint the public defender to represent you. You are not to possess or consume any controlled substances without a valid prescription. I am going to release you on your own recognizance at
Thank you.
this time, sir. Thank
Thank
you.
you. Thank you. Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome, sir. Good afternoon, your name?
Phoenix St. Fleur.
Mr. St. Fleur, you have 4 cases. I will appoint the public defender to represent you on all of them. You have 20 CF 11233. You were arrested for burglary of a conveyance and criminal mischief. There's probable cause. You're not to return to the scene. Your bond on count 1 is $3,500. Your bond on count 2 is $100. 20 CF 11234. You were arrested for attempted burglary of a conveyance and criminal mischief. There's probable cause. Bond on count 1 is $1,000. Bond on count 2 is $100. 20 CF 11235. You were arrested for burglary of a conveyance and criminal mischief. Your bond on count 1 is $1,000. Your bond on count 2 is $100. 20 CF 11232. You were arrested for burglary of a conveyance and criminal mischief. There's probable cause. Bond on count 1 is $1,000. Bond on count 2 is $100. Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, your name?
Simon Shackelford.
Mr. Shackelford, this is 20 CF 11238. You were arrested for possession of a controlled substance with intent to sell, possession of cocaine, possession of cannabis less than 20 grams, and possession of drug paraphernalia. There's probable cause. I will appoint the public defender to represent you. Your bond on count 1 is $15,000. Your bond on count 2 is $150. On counts 3 and 4, it is $100. I am going to revoke the bond in 19 CF 4513. That's going to be set at none, sir. Thank you. Good afternoon, sir. Your name?
Eli Valentine.
This is 20 CF 11239. You were arrested for possession of controlled substance with intent to sell, possession of cocaine, possession of cannabis, and possession of drug paraphernalia. There's probable cause. I'm going to appoint the public defender to represent you. Bond on count 1 will be $5,000. Bond on count 2 will be $150. Bond on counts 3 and 4 will be $100.
Were you gonna take any action on his out on bond case?
I'm thinking about it.
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
They just removed him, so I didn't know.
She's not in the courtroom, 1 second.
Oh, I'm not going to take any action on that.
He's there now. He's at the courtroom.
Sir, I'm not going to take any action on your out on bond case. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ma'am, good afternoon. Your name?
Yoshi Williams. Good afternoon.
Ms. Williams, you were here in 20 CF 11176. You were arrested pursuant to a probable cause warrant for Florida Communications violation of the Florida Communications Fraud Act, fraudulent use of personal identification information, fraudulent use of motor vehicle insurance application, false proof of motor vehicle insurance, acting as an agent or insurer without a license, fleeing and eluding, and child abuse. I will appoint the public defender to represent you. Your bond on count 1 is $20,000. Your bond on count 2 will be $150. Your bond on count 3 is $2,500. Your bond on count 4 is $2,500. Your bond on count 5 is $150. Your bond on count 6 is $150, and bond on count 7 is $150.
Your Honor, there is an 8th count.
Oh, thank you, Ms. Bush. And your bond is $500 on count 8.
So counts 5, 6, and 7 are 150.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Next person, Your Honor, is Wilson, she's mental health and medical.
For Ms. Wilson, I'm going to reset her case for tomorrow.
Well, Your Honor, just She is in a medical observation cell as well.
You mean like a COVID cell? Mr. Coach, I'm going to appoint your office to represent her. Did you want to waive her appearance, or do you want me to reset it?
For Miss Wilson, Your Honor?
Yeah.
Could you reset that, please?
Sure.
Thank you.
Do you want to talk to someone in your office about how to handle that?
Yes,
Okay,
please.
no problem. I'll be here tomorrow anyway, so.
Okay,
if need be,
thank
we
you.
can readdress it. Good afternoon, sir. Your name?
James Wood.
Mr. Woods, you're here in 20 CF 9099. You were arrested pursuant to a probable cause capias for grand theft, third degree.
I'm sorry. I don't understand.
You were arrested for grand theft
Okay.
pursuant to a capias. The state of Florida has filed a one-count information charging you with that. They are alleging that on April 22nd of 2019, that you stole 4 Fitbit smartwatches from Sajhagi Scott. Your bond is $3,500, sir. You're not to have any contact with the victim.
Excuse me.
Sir?
Is it possible, this warrant was, I just finished my case in Orange County yesterday.
Okay.
Well, originally, and I received probation on that. And this warrant was hit to me probably about 2 hours after I came to court.
Right.
Is it possible I can get this bond lowered so I can bond out? I've been in jail almost 7 months.
You also, did you resolve your Seminole County case?
Well, that's the thing. I'm trying to get to Seminole County if I can.
You're not going to Seminole County. They're not going to come they're not going to come get you.
I'm sorry?
You're not going to Seminole County. They're not going to come get you. You're going to have to work on your Seminole County case here.
Oh, well, I've been trying to
I know.
get somebody to
I
reach
know.
out, and nobody haven't been helping me with that.
Did you have the public defender representing you on your case that
I
you
did,
resolved?
Shantae Perry.
Okay.
And I've been trying to, she ain't been giving me no information. I've been trying to get somebody to help me get that Seminole County case either here or get a bond on it. I haven't been getting no help. I also wrote the judge, which I would assume was my judge over there, about over a month ago. Nothing is showing up on the Seminole County
Would-
clerks.
So in the Seminole County case, is that your probation case that you're on?
That's, well, I just received probation yesterday for Orange County. I'm not sure, but
Are you on probation in Seminole?
VOP right now.
Right, so,
And I've been trying to get, I've been in jail since March. I've been trying to get help because I know with the COVID and the transport situation, I haven't been getting no help.
so you're gonna have the public defender appointed on this case here again. You can resolve, I don't know how you want to take care of your Seminole County case, but I can tell you that they are not transporting people between the jails. So you're going to need to get your Orange County Public Defender to coordinate with Seminole County because they are appointed on the Seminole County case. I can't make the sheriffs come pick you up and take you there.
No, that's okay. But
No,
and that's the problem. I've been trying to do that since March because I know this COVID situation. And again, that's 7 months. And I haven't been getting any help for Seminole County. And that's becoming frustrating. And I'm assuming maybe if I was to bond out, that's the reason why I didn't bond out my last charges, thinking,
It's not going to make a difference.
I know. And if somebody, if somebody can help me with this Seminole County case, that would be great.
So, Mr. Wood, I'm gonna, I'll send an email to the state attorney here in Orange County, along with the state attorney in Seminole County and the public defender who's coordinating the out-of-county stuff.
Okay.
To make sure that they're aware of your situation and aware of your case.
Okay.
You certainly can bond out on the Orange County case, but it's not going to move your Seminole County case.
Okay.
All right?
Well, if I can get a bond for similar, then I'll bond out on everything. But that's just my main problem, trying to get help with Seminole
I
County
hear you.
right now.
I'll make sure to email them today.
All right, thank you,
Okay?
ma'am.
You're welcome, Mr. Woods.
Is it a court date for this?
No, just, it's information for your attorney.
Good afternoon. Your name?
Jakari Matthews.
Mr. Matthews, sir, you are here on a probable cause capias. You were arrested for grand theft third degree. I'll appoint the public defender to represent you. Excuse me, your bond is $1,000. You have a case out of Brevard County where you failed to appear in 19 MM 33178. Your bond is $2,000. And you have a violation of probation based upon the facts in the new law case, June 29th of 2020. Which would actually violate the probation, so there is probable cause for the violation of probation. Mr. Matthews, you were placed on probation on June 26th of 2020, and the alleged crime that you were arrested for here was on June 29th. The on-view violation of probation bond will be set at none. I'll appoint the public defender to represent you on both of the cases. You do have reporting requirements when you're released from the jail.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Sure.
The grant theft was stated at 3,500.
No, it was,
Okay. All right. Don't have bonds, so,
1,000.
but they'll look at that. The attorney will check the Yes. Okay. Yep, you're welcome.
Good afternoon, sir. Your name?
David McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie, you were arrested in 20 CF 10506 pursuant to a probable cause warrant for possession of methamphetamine with intent to sell or deliver, possession of cocaine, possession of cannabis greater than 20 grams, possession of meth, possession of drug paraphernalia, and driving a license suspended or revoked. I will appoint the public defender to represent you. Your bond on count 1 is $7,500. Your bond on count 2 is $150. Bond on count 3 is $150, $4 $150, $5 $100, $6 $100. You're not to possess or consume any controlled substances without a valid prescription. You're also on probation in 19 CF 10876. The new law offense provides the probable cause for the violation of probation. In that case, your bond will be set at none, sir. Thank you.
You have two on your
You got it?
I have 15596 and 10876.
All right, they'll both be set at.
Okay.
What? No. 5596, yeah. Both of the violations of probation, the on-view violations bond will be set at none. Thank you.
Your Honor.
Good afternoon, sir. Your name?
Joshua Monsanto.
Sir, you're here in 11 CF 4268 for violation of probation. It is alleged that you carried or possessed a firearm.
No, not no firearms. Oh.
It's also alleged that you allegedly committed the offense of attempted second-degree murder on February 28th of 2015 in Manhattan County, New York. That you allegedly committed the offense of criminal use of a firearm in Manhattan County, New York. And that you committed the offense of having a loaded firearm in Manhattan County, New York. 2 counts of that, another count of reckless endangerment in Manhattan County, New York, and criminal possession of a weapon, previous conviction in Manhattan County, New York. It also alleges that you failed to comply with the instructions given to you by your probation officer, that you didn't do your community service hours, and that you didn't complete an anger management class. At this time, your bond is set at none, sir. I'll appoint the public defender to represent you. You'll see Judge Whitehead in the next 7 to 10 days.
Okay, may I address the court real quick?
Pardon me?
May I address the, no?
Your Honor, client, he said he has a private lawyer.
Oh, okay. Who is your attorney, sir?
Matt Nowicki, something like that.
Matt Olszewski.
Okay. All right, sir. So I will not appoint the public defender then to represent you. You're going to want to get in touch with him as soon as possible and let him know you're here. But he'll know that you'll be seeing Judge Whitehead in the next 7 to 10 days.
All right. Thank
Okay?
you.
Thank you.
Next person to Walter, refuse, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Louder is here on an out-of-county warrant from Marion County. Her bond is $1,000 on each count. I'm waiving her appearance based upon her refusal to come to court.
Ms. Hollis, refuse, Your Honor.
Ms. Hollis. What about Dixon? Maybe they bonded?
What's the booking number?
200-203-65.
They bonded.
Bonded, okay. And you said Ms. Hollis refused? It's an out-of-county warrant out of Charlotte County. I'm finding a waiver of her appearance based upon her refusal to come to court. Her bond is set at none. I'll stay the bond at none. And I'm not going to take any action on her Orange County case. Sir, good afternoon. Your name?
Joseph Frank Papagallo.
Mr. Papagallo, this is an out-of-county writ from Manatee County. Are you going to be able to pay the purge?
No, I'm not, Your Honor. I've been locked up almost 20 months.
Oh, okay.
And I just finished here. I'm done.
Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'll email the judge in Manatee County on these cases. What they've been doing in COVID on these writs is they've usually been releasing the person, and then they're going to give you a court date of when you need to appear regarding the contempt.
Excellent.
Okay?
Yeah.
So,
And I got a job lined up anyway.
okay. Probably won't be until tomorrow.
Okay.
Okay, I'm going to send them an email when I get out of here, okay?
Thank you. Can I ask one question?
Sure.
Are they taking driver's license when you get... Do you know anything about that?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Thank you, Your
All
Honor.
right, thank you.
Yep.
Good afternoon, your name?
Moses Serrano, Junior, ma'am.
Mr. Serrano, you are here for an out-of-county warrant out of Okeechobee County. It's a violation of probation. Your
Yes, ma'am.
bond at this time is set at none. I will appoint the public defender here in Orange County to help you coordinate with Okeechobee County. Thank you. Good afternoon, sir. Your name?
Alfredo Soto.
Mr. Soto, you are here for an out-of-county warrant out of Seminole County. Your bond is $3,000, sir. I'll appoint the public defender to help you coordinate with Seminole County. Not going to take any action on your Orange County case. Did Mr. Stroman bond? Will you check? Sure. 200-20367.
Yes, they bonded.
Okay, great, thank you. All right, and then court will be in recess.